Motocross World Championships here at Atlantis on Paradise Island in the Bahamas. Joining me for the call, I've got my good friend Tim Duquette.
Yeah, man, it's exciting to be here. I'm just really happy that we've got an opportunity to hang out here in Paradise Island and watch some great racing.
Yeah, you can see the cruise ships down there to the west. Just an absolutely beautiful sight here as our pro class gets ready to go.
Yeah, man, to have this kind of a backdrop with Atlantis in the backside of us, and then to have the cruise ships over here, man, there isn't a much better place on earth to ride a personal watercraft and try to win a world title.
Yeah, once again, Tim, just a couple of minutes here before we go live as our racers start to come to the east side here where they'll be getting their start.
Yeah, man, I think after yesterday, I think a lot of people are gunning for Fennelson. His point lead is pretty big, man. I was, after looking at those points this morning, it'll be exciting to see what happens.
Well, I'll tell you what, we're here in Paradise. Special thanks to the Atlantis Resort here. They've done nothing but roll out that.
And this is my first year ever winning the P1 national title, so this is kind of a big weekend for us. You know, I want to represent well for all the sponsors that made it possible to get here.
Here we're getting rolling right away.
Here, and our national awards away over at the Atlantis. As I think we are back online here, Tim.
Yeah, man, that's going to be exciting. I'm just pumped. It's a beautiful day to try to win a world title, right? I mean, you practice, you train, everything you're doing for this year is just a combination to this point to where you got a chance for what you dream about at night. It's something I never got in this racing form, and it's something that keeps me up sometimes. So these guys, if they got a shot, they're up there at the top. Christian, this is something that they're pushing hard. You got to just pray that your boat holds together and you have a good day.
Well, as we were pointing out a little earlier, Christian Daly picking up where he left off in St. Petersburg.
Yeah, man. I got a chance to talk to him this morning, him and his family. He was feeling pretty good. I think he was a little sore. And I mean, when you ride that hard for 30 minutes, I think that's to be expected.
So Tori Snyder again took a second yesterday. Taking a third yesterday was Broward Motorsports racer. That was James Wilson. Wilson, the P1 Aquacross national champion.
Yeah, I got a chance to talk to Jimmy this morning as well as we were watching the sea turtles get fed. So that was absolutely amazing in Atlantis. And when we were talking, we were kind of joking about what I was saying yesterday when he was trying to take that inside line on McCluggage on that when he was trying to make that pass. We're talking a little bit about lines, and he said that the wily veteran McCluggage was making his personal watercraft very wide. So he was doing everything he could, and I think he knows better than me when he's on that water. But it was fun to get his perspective when we thought something different up here.
All right, well, we're set to go here at the harbor. And the green flag has dropped, and we are off and away. Race number 2 for our Pro Enduro class.
Man, you can see Tori there in the middle of the pack, really starting to stretch his legs. That boat looks amazing, man.
Yeah, Tori doing good right there. And look at this on the outside. It looked like Devin Farthing was
Devin's birthday today, man. Birthday boy, 19 years old, and this would be a good birthday present to get a moto win, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would. He took I believe, a 7th yesterday.
And he had to move up from like 13th or 14th, so he had a long road to hoe, getting back up into the pack. Man, those guys are really mixing it up there on the first lap. Everybody's getting a little more eager than normal when there's a world championship on the line.
Yeah, you could just see how hairy it was there in the first turn. 20 racers here in the Pro class.
I'm trying to make out the number on that boat that's out front. It's really hard to see right now. Let's see if we can catch a number for you. And that looks like the Mac Attack. Yeah, man, what a good start for Chris. I think that bodes well for him. I mean, especially with not as much seat time this year, this is going to give him a chance to get out front and really run hard. The water's pretty calm right now, so maybe he could put some distance between himself and the pack before the forearm pump starts to kick in.
Yeah, Mac doing a great job yesterday, especially during qualifying. Turned into a 121 and change, fastest lap for all of the pros. And this is a tough turn right here, 90 degree coming right in at you. 105 daily, dicing it up with boat number 22, Anthony Rudetic.
Looks like Lagopoulos there in third. We've got a great battle here coming through this first chicane, coming in on the straightaway.
Back out to your race leader, Chris McCluggage. I think 30 is his number because he's a 30-year veteran of this sport.
You know what? That probably sounds about right. I actually think it's probably longer than 30 years. Heck, I had 25 in the sport with me, and he's a little bit older than me.
Oh, well, we won't tell him that. Chris riding for Broward Motorsports this weekend. And this is the first time that him and Dustin Farthing have been on the same team in over 20 years.
It looks like we got Jimmy there and might be Christian there starting to battle. So we got Max still stretching his legs out there in the front. Tori's got him in his sight, so he's going to be probably just settling in into his pace. I think Tori's a smart rider, so he just needs to stay close, keep McCluggage connected.
You can see the rest of the riders coming through, and there's nothing but jet spray here. And, you know, we're seeing a glare up here. Can you imagine the glare they're seeing out on the water? When
they're coming down this back straightaway, just right around where Mac just went by, the glare is really tough. You're losing some water reading when you're looking at the waves like that.
Yeah, you're heading west to east right there as Mac advances toward the bridge, and he'll go around the apex there.
Man, he looks good there coming off that left, and then with Tori there in a tow. Hey, Eric Lagopoulos is looking really good. He qualified 4th, didn't have a big first moto, but to be able to come back and have that kind of a position, I'm going to try to get you guys to the top 5 here. We've got McCluggage, and then Tori. We got Lagopoulos, and that looks like that might be Jimmy there in 4th.
So Broward Motorsports, at least with 2 in the top 5 right now, as they head down to the west end of the course. As we view it here, beautiful day here in the Bahamas.
Man, you can watch those guys as they come through that chicane there, that shot that we just had. They all look so even. The way they're holding their lines, they really drive through that chicane well. It just shows you how close these guys are.
And taking a good overhead shot there of our top 4. There's our 5th place rider there on the outside. I'd
almost bet that's Daly because he's the guy that works every line on the course. If there's a line that's fast, he'll find it. Man, that shot with the cruise ships in the background. I hope the photographers, I hope Ronnie Mac's catching all those shots for these guys and their sponsors because it looks beautiful out there.
So you still got Mac up in front, but the biggest surprise here, Lagopoulos in third, and I think he's angry because how he did it to tables last night.
Oh, did Atlantis not treat him well last night? It'll get better today.
They put the smack down on him.
Mac checking over his shoulder really quickly there after that left, coming off the back straightaway.
Got a little bit of breathing room, about 3-4 seconds in between he and second place.
Yeah, it's really interesting because right now you got Mac, you got a couple seconds to Tori, and then you got a couple seconds to Eric. They're all kind of evenly spaced, and they're all just settling into the pace. I mean, it's early. We're only a couple minutes into this 30-minute race. You're just trying to get in the groove right now.
And for those of you joining us, we'd like to say a special thank you for joining us here on the P1 Aquacross stream from around the world. I know that we had some technical issues at the beginning, but this is Mike Young hanging along with Tim Duquette.
And that's Jimmy just behind Eric Lagopoulos, and then Christian right behind him. So we've got a Broward party in the top 5, and they're all right around Eric Lagopoulos on that Riva boat. So this will be fun to see who's got the fastest stuff, who's got the best chance at winning this world title.
You know, you got to hand it to Eric Lagopoulos, a KG veteran out there. You know, he's been racing probably just about as long as McCluggage and Farthing and those guys.
Man, he was around when I first started coming into the sport when I was 13 years old, and just getting a chance to watch him. He's won a title in almost everything he's ridden in his life, so it'd be interesting to see him get one here today.
McCluggage still your race leader with Tori Snyder right behind him.
Yeah, you'll see Tori sitting up a little more inside of that. He's trying to carry a little more speed through that little chicane on the straightaway. Tori's looking great on that Dean's team boat. That thing is always bulletproof. It's fast. It's one of the best in the business.
Great overhead shot there, so everybody back at home can see the actual track. You know, you can see the whitewater.
It's a pretty cool thing to watch because you can notice how everybody's trying to keep the lines as close as possible to the fast line. But sometimes, I think Christian's showing us this weekend that the fast line isn't what you think it is always. Sometimes just sweeping it, opening those corners up a little bit more can make it a little bit quicker. Man, Tori looks good here early.
Yeah, Tori, yesterday I was surprised. I was really surprised that he didn't take that win yesterday. But after a pulled lanyard and getting caught up in traffic, Daly didn't even know that he won.
Yeah, I know. It was pretty crazy, that battle late in the race. You can already see Tori's starting to reel in Mac, and he's starting to put a little distance between himself and Lagopoulos. This is big because that means that Jimmy and Christian are going to be just a little before their back if he can actually make the pass on Mac.
Well, in a couple of minutes, folks, we'll give you lap times here from our leaders, and we'll give you some splits and let you know exactly how much time is left when we get our graphic on our board. But, you know, you were talking about the course.
Yeah, it looks like Christian again here stepping to the inside on that track. I love watching his ability to find the different lines that they're actually there for making it a little faster pace around the track.
Yeah, we were talking about the course yesterday. 10 course markers plus a checkered buoy, a 1.38 mile course.
Wow, is it that long? That's crazy to think about. These guys are doing that in just about a minute and 20, minute and 30 seconds like yesterday. Even with traffic out there, think about that. They're moving, man, when they're out there. They're barely lifting on the throttle.
Yeah, pro lap times were hovering around 132 to 135. Amateur lap times were hanging around 135 to 141.
Man, Tori's boat's just slowly reeling in Mac. You see Mac lifting a little bit more than he is on that corner. This is going to get hairy here in a couple laps.
Yeah, Mac working toward the sweeper up here on the east end of the track. Tori only about 2.5 seconds behind right now, so he shaved a little bit of time off.
Yeah, I think Tori right now, he just needs to be smooth. We talked a lot about it yesterday. Smooth is fast, and right now, Mac's going to make it really hard to get around him. We saw that yesterday with Jimmy. So if he's going to get close to him, he's still going to need to expend a lot of energy to get around one of the best that's ever lived doing this sport.
So there they go, the top two down the front straightaway. And Tori's starting to reel him in slowly but surely as they head down to the west end of the track by the cruise ships.
And that's just got to be building that confidence. You see he's setting up a little bit into the inside here, so he just knew that was the correct exit angle coming off that corner, and he looks like he's probably going to try to cross back over that wake and drive around.
Tori staying to the inside of the wake being thrown down by McCluggage, trying to stay out of that pump wash.
Nice line. He took that a lot harder. I thought he would cross back over the wake and exit wide, but that was a beautiful line. Look at this battle here. It looks like we got a Sea-Doo.
That could be Redetich.
I think it's Castellano there on the yellow.
Michelle
yellow
Castellano, Italy.
Starting to pull up on the crew here. Looks like, man, Tori's got, he looks like he's in attack mode. He smells a little blood in the water. McCluggage, I mean, one of the greatest to ever do this, to ever put on a wetsuit. It's got to feel good being a young guy like Tori and seeing, hey, I'm running this pace. I've got a chance. We've got a chance at a world title. It's time. It's my time.
Well, Tori taking a second yesterday in our first race here with the Pro Enduro class. But Tori not getting any extra points during qualifying.
Yeah, that was interesting. I would have picked him for one of the top 5 for sure there. I don't know what happened. Maybe the setup wasn't just right. Maybe that's what made the setup so great now, is having those couple laps there to figure it out. Man, Mac is looking really good. That inside line is covered up by him. He's going to have the same, Tori's going to have the same problem Jimmy had yesterday. That inside line I don't think is going to work with him.
They go through the 90-degree turn, and they get ready to head down the front straightaway. And there he's Chris McCluggage, originally from Naples, Florida, now making his home in Jupiter.
Man, Tori's really trying to lay on that inside, using that wake as a berm, and just really, Chris is leaving just enough room there so that he is baited to go in there. I think he might be wanting him to square those corners off. That's being this long in the sport like McCluggage. I'd like to kind of pick his brain. If he gets the win, I'm going to ask him a little bit more about that. If that's on purpose, if he's doing that, or if he's just trying to bait him into it or what.
Well, you know that we seen that yesterday, that when he went into the turns, kind of like in motocross, his elbows were like 9 feet wide.
You show, like, here, buddy, here's the inside line. It's all yours. Don't worry about it. Close the door, slam it in their face, and drive by them. Looks like we got this battle with Castellano again. Man, he is really pulling him in there.
Yeah, Consolado, I believe, taking a 11th place yesterday in race number 1.
It's got to feel good for as far of a travel as he had to get here and get a chance to really do something. And I mean, getting near the top 10 in this class is just, it's a great accomplishment in itself.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday. We've got racers here from 7 different countries.
Man, that's nuts to think about everybody coming here to get here. And then what do you got? One of the guys that's been the longest in the sport, McCluggage, still throwing it down and leading the race.
And yeah, McCluggage, again, didn't race the whole P1 Aquacross Tour this year.
McCluggage and Tori might not want to turn around because we got somebody closing hard. It looks like Jimmy on one of the light blue Broward boats, and this is about to be a real battle. Or actually, I was looking back here at Logopolis here, and they've got Jimmy and Christian are clustering up behind them.
Logopolis squaring off the turn right there, coming into the front straightaway. Easy to pick out with the orange helmet.
It looks like Chris is holding this distance pretty well, too. Or that looks like the Broward boats again.
Well, I think what Tori's doing right now, he's just kind of sizing him up, waiting for him to get tired.
Yeah, I think that 20-minute mark is probably where he'll start to really make some moves.
Uh-oh, and we've got a rider down. Looks like Sophie Francis right in front of the announcing tower.
Yeah, just to have the weekend, coming out here and trying to really have a good weekend, and just to have bad luck, that's tough, man, traveling like that. We got somebody in the water here. Can't tell who it is from that helmet. Looks like it's a fly. That might be Jimmy. No.
116, that's Angie Ramsey.
Oh, man, after the ride he had yesterday, that's tough luck out of the Cayman Islands. To come here yesterday, I think he went from 13th to 4th.
He went to 4th, yes.
Man, that's tough. That's got to hurt. But that's what it takes in this class, man. You got to let it hang just a little over that edge.
Back to McCluggage, who's working the back straightaway now coming into the chicane. Yellow flags are up right out in front of the announcing tower.
Yeah, I mean, with these top few, their pace is so fast, the top five guys. If you're just outside of that, somebody like me, when I was in this racing, if I wanted to get there, it was a little outside of my comfort zone. You're teetering on the edge of just bad luck at any given moment if you want to.
Right.
Tori looks great.
I was going to say, you don't want to find the glue on the edge of that envelope.
If you're not falling off every once in a while, are you really pushing the edge?
Your race leaders. Coming down the front straightaway right now, still McCluggage.
Yeah, and then you got Tori, and then it looks like
Logopolis.
Yep, still got Logopolis there.
And here's your battle for 4th. Now, is that Jorgensen out of Denmark, currently in 4th?
I'm not quite sure right now. We'll try to catch the numbers on the next time by.
Well, I know he's got a yellow boat. That's him and Michelle both have yellow boats.
Gotcha.
The only 2 yellow ones out there.
Awesome. I haven't seen Jorgensen do a P1 event in quite some time, so it's good to see him back over here.
Jorgensen out of Denmark.
What a great shot, head on there. It looks like McCluggage coming straight at us. Still tracking really well out front.
It looks like he's actually starting to extend that lead over Torrey.
Yeah, if that's who this battle is here, let's see if we can get a better angle at this when we come back by. Oh, here's McCluggage here with Torrey just in tow. Man, he looks good on that boat. If he's having any kind of forearm pump or anything, you can't tell by looking at him. He looks like he's 100% and just riding out right now. This looks great, man. Look at this. This is one heck of a battle here. Drag racing down the back straightaway. That looks like Lagopoulos trying to fend off. Look at him check over his shoulder. He's still there, Eric. Let's move.
Yeah, exactly. He checked over his shoulder twice. A triple checkup right there.
Yeah, I promise he hasn't gone anywhere, man. Let's keep our eyes focused. Look at him driving back to the outside. That was a great move because he's setting up to sweep him here. Watch this move here. Back to the inside. Oh, just not enough to get there through there to drive through the corner.
Boy, those Broward boats look hungry. They're chasing him down.
It's going to be tough for Eric right now because he's got two guys behind him that maybe were running slightly faster pace yesterday. Because you can see Eric here. He looks great. He looks calm on the boat, holding a really good line. But then you got Jimmy and Christian knocking on the door. They're hungry. They want to get back up into that top couple spots. You cannot let Mac and Torrey get away from you. You got to make this happen. And you got to make it happen fast.
Well, I'll tell you, if Eric finishes right here at the end of this, it'd be his best finish of 2022.
Man, that'd be awesome to see. He works so hard at riding. I see him practicing all the time with Torrey underneath the Skyway Bridge, going on stand-up rides with those guys, really working on their endurance and doing a great job there.
Yeah, those guys are all practicing down at the Bayside Park, just on the north shore of Longboat Island.
Yeah, man, that's great water to practice in. It really does.
Tough break there for Sophie Francis.
Yeah, getting towed in. DMAC Racing, they've had such fast equipment. Dennis Mack and that whole crew that puts it together for them. I just love to watch them. Their family's great. Just so much love for the sport, and they just want to help people. Help people that got an opportunity to really put a name on there and doing really well. VJ, Sophie himself. I mean, it's great to see them racing together.
Yeah, both DMAC and VJ in the top 10 yesterday.
Yeah, there's a reason. They've great equipment on the water, and they've got a great program for being a satellite Yamaha team. This is getting a little more hairy now. This is going to get better and better as this race goes on. I think we're going to see some real battles as we start getting into the second third of this race. You'll notice Torrey starting to slowly pull up. Chris did a little oversteer there, but it looks like Torrey bobbled just the same, so he didn't lose too much time.
They get ready to hit that 90-degree turn, come right into the shoreline and past our start-finish line.
Torrey's working hard, but man, he gets a little bobble each time he tries to drive through that wake.
About 3.5 seconds between first and second place right now, and first and second have pulled out from third.
Yeah, maybe we could get the graphic back up on the screen and get the time distance.
He said they don't have it.
Man, this looks like a great shot here as we're watching them go down this side straight. They've really got about the same top end. They're really not reeling them in too much. Man, he looks good around that left-hand corner. He just really, Chris is protecting that inside line. And like you said, he's going to make himself about a 10-foot wide as soon as Torrey gets any closer to him.
Yeah, that's the sweeper down there at the west end of the race course, right there in front of the cruise ships.
Chris caught a little air exiting there. Just like yesterday we were talking about, when you're in the air, you're not going anywhere. These boats need to be glued to the water, and if you pop out like that, you're losing a couple tenths.
Yeah, but it looks cool.
It does dang sure look cool.
The halfway flag's coming out. The green flag is out. And Ryan says we're halfway home.
I would like to see what's going. I would like to hear what's going on inside McCluggage's head. Here's this battle here for third. Now we pan back to Lagopoulos, and I think that's Jimmy there. They're going to be really. I'm surprised they haven't closed it up. Eric's running a really good pace right now. After what those guys did yesterday, maybe it was just because of a bad start for Eric, because he's obviously got the pace.
Yeah, Eric ended up in 11th place yesterday. Number 361, he's out of Sarasota, Florida, sponsored by the Waterfront 2 restaurant.
Yeah, and Riva Racing, to see him up here, it just means that he either probably had some equipment issues, or this just goes to show you really how important a start is in a 30-minute race. I know it sounds kind of weird in this kind of a race with 30 minutes, but it makes all the world of difference when we're all so close, man. There's Jimmy lowering his head behind the bars.
Yeah, did you see him cut that turn? He carved it up like a Thanksgiving Day turkey.
Yeah. Well, he's looking great here. His line through here is so beautiful. We got some lappers coming into play, so this is going to get interesting really quickly. I see Christian there. He's starting to close up a little bit. I think they need to worry about that. We keep talking about Lagopoulos and Jimmy, but Christian's there just biding his time. But there isn't much time if you want to get to the top, one of the top 2 spots.
Once again, under 15 minutes to go here, plus a lap. And some exciting racing so far with Chris McCluggage, one of the all-time greats, known as the GOAT, the greatest of all time, out in front of one of the young guns.
Yeah, and one of the youngest guns that stormed onto the scene last year. And then you got Mac. You know, we talk about it. He knocked the dust out of the helmet, then won qualifying. You know, no big deal. Just win qualifying. Then hey, we're gonna throw in a Moto2 win. Here we go. It looks like Jimmy might have an opportunity to make a pass on Lagopoulos here. He's stepping way to the inside line here so he can carry speed, crossing back over the wake. That was a good move because now he's back to the outside going into this next corner.
Lagopoulos going to do everything he can to try to hold off that charges by Jimmy.
Right now he's got a rebuttal for everything he does. He's crossing back and forth over the wake, but I think it's just slowing him down right now. Eric's just running really well.
Yeah, smooth.
There it is, Jimmy. That was a nice corner, man. Coming off that, let's see what he can make up time here. Oh, the boat got really disturbed coming off that corner. You watch that whitewater kick up off that. That means he caught a little bit of a wave as he drove through that corner.
Well, it doesn't look like it's going to hurt him because, once again, he's on the attack.
Yeah, man. We talked a little bit about setup. He wanted the boat a little freer, but you kind of see it is a little freer today. We might want to dial that nose down to just a little bit rougher water. And guess who's there? Christian closing right up on him now.
Yeah, Lagopoulos went a little wide on that hairpin turn right in front of us.
I don't think Jimmy's very thirsty right now. He's just got a mouthful of pump wash there. He's all up in his tray.
He's trying
here it goes.
As they work their way down to the west side.
And you'll see Christian stepping to the inside there. He watches these two starting to battle. Jimmy's going to the outside line, and Christian's just sneaking up that inside line there.
Once again, this is your battle for third place that we've been talking about.
Yeah, it's cool to see a three-way battle this far. You know, we're just a little over halfway into this race, and to see a three-way battle like this, this deep into the race, man, it just, once again, I know I feel like a broken record, but these guys are so close, man. During qualifying, you see a couple tenths separating them. There's a reason why they're all right neck and neck here in the race. Jimmy, can he make the pass stick? It does look like he's around him. Can't quite see
There's Lagopoulos on the screen for all of you on the live stream.
So he did not get around him. He stepped to the inside line there. So now he's got a Broward boat. It's about to be a Broward sandwich here with a Riva guy in the middle as they approach this corner coming down the back straightaway. Dude, Eric is not missing anything on top end, and it actually looks like Christian's starting to yank on Jimmy right now. This is a real pass that's going to happen. Jimmy just can't get around him. He's going to have to make this pass stick. Come on, Jimmy.
We'll see with Jimmy worrying about that. Christian's been able to fight his way right back into it.
Yeah, I just think Christian's so creative with his lines, man. I mean, we watched it yesterday. He just doesn't care what line is there. Oh, Eric blew a little wide there. A little wide. We got it coming. This is going to be a race here in the next couple laps. We got a lapper there just in front of Eric. Eric's going to have to make this quick work or it's going to cost him a couple positions. This guy needs to get out of
no! He pulls away. It looks like Jimmy side by side.
No, he's got him. He closes the door. What a pass. Man, he needed to set up that lapper, just push him a little wide. That's a shame, man. And here comes Christian. He's going to have another guy by him in about 2 seconds if he doesn't put it down.
So Lagopoulos sliding back to fourth. Wilson moving up to third.
Wow, man. Let's see how much Jimmy can close up to him now.
Now Daly's on the outside.
Yep, that's where you want to be when you're approaching this corner on the cruise ship side. Man, it looks like Eric is actually pulling him just a smidge on that straightaway. Jimmy's already put about 10, 20 boat links there in between them. Christian's going to have a way better line here. Oh, my. That was interesting. That was interesting. He chose to go to the inside there.
Christian slingshotted right off of him.
Yeah.
Was side by side for a minute. Lagopoulos was able to power out.
Jimmy's really put some distance there. It just shows you Eric's pace might have been slightly slower than these guys, but he was riding so well, man. It looked really, really good for Eric.
Great overhead shot there from the drone. You can see just how close they are.
Is this the battle back up front here with Mac? Can't quite see who that is right now.
I believe that is still Lagopoulos. We'll go back to Mac and Tori.
What a battle here with these guys. Man.
Is that Daly?
These guys are just putting it down. The water's starting to really chop up, starting to bounce off those seawalls. You can see Eric. He's still looking pretty fresh. He peek over his shoulder there. That's a great spot to look for where you're at. Christian's there, bro. He's coming, man. and he's going to use whatever line it takes to get by you. Make yourself really, really wide right now.
Yeah, Lagopoulos still in fourth, and that's Daly in fifth.
This left here is really working well for these guys, hanging onto the front straightaway. Christian really dipped to the inside there and used that line as a berm.
And there's your battle between, I believe, McCluggage and Tori Snyder. You can see that Tori's still right there, not going anywhere. Kind of like a bad rash.
Checking over that shoulder. These guys are, when you get a little tired, you start looking over that shoulder a little more than you want to. They're tracking so well. You see some of these guys set up real wide there. For me personally, I would have liked to set up really wide there, drive apex that buoy right by it, and just really arc that outside sweeper wide open there. There's Mac there, still looking good, man. Head's not moving around much. He looks solid. Check over his shoulder, a little quick peek. Guess who's still there? It's Tori right on him.
Tori's right there.
And here we go. We pan back to this other battle here. Got one of the Broward, light blue Broward boats there, starting to really gap. Man, these guys, the way they're holding their pace is this late in the race is very interesting to me. It's just, I wish I had a lap time for everyone for when I was out there just to know, like, hey, how much am I really falling? What happens when my arm gets a little pump? Am I changing my lap times that much? Am I changing my lines to compensate for how I'm letting out of the throttle? Look at this. Here comes Christian. He's setting him up. He's going to, yeah, he's done. It's mincemeat. That was over, dude. Christian set him up so nice, showed him the front nose, and it was over. As soon as Eric saw that, he blew a little wide. And now it's on, man. I want to see where you got. Jimmy's got a little gap on Christian. We're about to have some fun battling going on for these guys.
Yeah, lap traffic was killing Lagopoulos right there.
I mean, it's so tough. We talked about this, how everybody's so close together. These guys, when they get up to lap traffic, it takes so much more energy to expend because, once again, you're not riding the fast line when you make a pass. You have to go to a slower line and ride it faster. So it's a little more difficult to get around somebody, even though they might be a lap traffic.
Yeah, and expends a lot more energy, too.
Yes, you're using a lot more energy. It looks like this is Lagopoulos here fighting off another boat, starting to pull up on him on the outside. That might be Arminio. I haven't heard his name, or we haven't heard his name called yet, and I think that is E there, closing up on him.
Ian Tosca, also a part of the Broward Motorsports militia this weekend.
Eric's probably not that happy about light blue boats right now. I think that's his least favorite color right now. He's going to see that in his nightmares for a couple months. Go away, Broward. Go away. Get off of my hip.
Not more snake eyes.
These guys coming through here, you'll notice it, just the different lines. It's so much fun. I love looking at where everybody's set up, man. It's just a little bit different line there for everybody.
So Tori starting to close right now on McCluggage as they get ready to hit that 90-degree turn right in front of announcing.
Here we go. We got Tori squaring that corner off.
Yeah, Tori still only about 2.5 seconds off the pace. Just keeping McCluggage right there in his gun sights, waiting for that perfect place to pass.
Yeah, it's going to take a little something because obviously there's not much different in their pace. The way they're staying similar like this, it's going to take a little bit of a bobble. It's going to take some lappers that maybe make themselves really wide. Or they're going to have to run up on a battle where they don't know leaders are coming up on them. That's what happens sometimes. These leaders will be in a battle for 7th and 8th, or 6th, or the lappers will be in a battle for 5th and 6th, and these leaders are coming up on them. They don't know to move out of the way. They're racing for position.
Exactly. So Tori Snyder, once again, sponsored by Judge Motorsports. TJ, always good to have TJ here with us.
Yeah, Judge and Dean's team, they do such a great job for them. That looked like might have been him right there. They do such a great job. Dean's team was setting up that ECU for them and really making that boat motor. Wow, this is a great shot there of them getting around a lapper there.
Just motored right by him.
Yeah, and that's when you catch that in the when you catch it on a straightaway like that, it's money.
Number 6 towed in.
Oh, boat number 6 having some tough luck out there.
I think that might have been Devin on a backup ski because he had a little mechanical failure yesterday, so that might be him on that backup ski.
It looks like another rider coming off the course and toward the pit area, down toward the cruise ships.
McCluggage is still looking solid here, man. He's so dialed on that inside line. Woo! That looked like, man, he's going to have a little buoy rash on that rub rail for Tori. That was one heck of a corner, man.
D-Mac.
Dude, Tori is on it, man. He's starting to close up. You can see that white spray. That's off of McCluggage's boat. When you're in the spray, you start feeling that on your arm or on the lid of your helmet. You know you're getting there, man.
Tori again out of Bradenton, Florida.
Sometimes on a start, that's actually how I know if I'm getting too far away from people. As you start to turn, you feel how hard the water's hitting your left arm, your inside arm. You can tell if you start to feel it start hitting a little lighter, you're getting a little too far. So even when you can't see in the white water, I know how hard the water's hitting me for how close I am to other people. This shot is amazing. To see that distance, you know, and the different line, you see, Mac is leaving just enough space that Tori goes for it every time. I wonder if Tori could open that up a little bit. Actually, this might be, was that D-Mac there they were showing for a second? I couldn't tell.
Yeah, that was D-Mac, I believe, who was coming into the pit area.
Okay, gotcha. Man, what a great line here.
But yeah, what McCluggage is doing is he's setting them up right there.
Yeah.
Tori's trying to cut to the inside, but has to cut over his whitewater.
I think it might be beneficial maybe try to open that line up. It'd be interesting. Just let's try it, you know? Hey, we're tried inside. Hey, we haven't closed any. Let's try outside.
Let's try outside.
Let's try a little something different. Let's throw a different, you know, let's not throw that fastball every time if it's a fastball hitter. Let's throw a change up to that guy.
That's right. Let's get out the broom and do a little sweeping.
Yeah, I heard that, man. And with that boat set up the way it is, with that Dean's Team tune, I mean, that boat's got the power to do the sweeping, I'll tell you that.
Well, your leader's over by the bridge right now.
Man, that gap is exactly the same it's been since lap 2, I think. Tori looks great. His head down behind the bars. Very little wind drag there. He's looking good. Head not bobbling a lot. I mean, to be that looking like that this late in the race is amazing.
Well, Mac took a 5th yesterday in race number 1. Tori took a 2nd. So this is really going to mix up the points a little bit.
If we can get pan back to this chicane on the straightaway, it looks like we have a battle between Broward boats. It's Jimmy and Christian starting to go at it. This is going to get fun, man.
Christian, again, the points leader coming into this one. And of course,
oh my goodness.
Wow.
That was a hell of a corner, dude. I don't even know how he's on the boat, dude. That was like superhuman alien stuff. If you've ever cornered a jet ski hard, you would know that you get high-sided and you're going swimming. You're doing a little water test there.
I was going to say, yeah, normally you're a skipping stone.
That's when you wake up in the next morning, you're like, man, why is my hip, my shoulder, my neck, and my ear hurt?
Got that right.
Here he is again. He's doing a set up on the inside. He checked up and stayed on the inside. That's one hell of a line by Christian.
Yeah, this is your battle for 3rd place that you're watching on screen right now.
Closing up on Jimmy here a little bit in that corner. Christian really squared that off. Jimmy tried to open up the line a little bit more. They got a lapper just in front of him. This might put a little bit of more spice to this battle.
And Tori, once again, starting to close that gap as they work their way through the chicane up here by the bridge.
How lucky are we to get 2 battles like this for 1st and 2nd, 2nd and 3rd and 4th? I mean, to see these guys run like this hard.
Going in, he's got issues 101. I don't know who 101 is.
Wow, man. This is closing up on each other on the top left-hand side. Christian's throwing the kitchen sink at Jimmy right now. Wow, man. It'll be interesting to see what kind of move he actually makes on him. So we're inside here.
And the white flag's coming out from McCluggage.
Well, if he wants to make something, it's time to start cooking because we only got one lap to go.
So again,
we got
Daly,
Jimmy and Daly
Track
here
and
coming
Wilson.
through. Gosh, man.
Great racing.
Yeah, he's trying to make it work. You see there the white flag flying. This is the hallelujah flag. Right now, if you've got a little bit of energy, let's expend it. Let's go. If you've been saving a little bit, no more time to save. Let's run, man.
Hey, you know what the coolest thing is? Coolest thing is this. We're going to get to see these guys one more time today.
And that's why this end of this last lap for these guys, that one position could cost them a world title. So if you want to, if you're in that battle, man, right now, you've got to make this happen. I know Tori's looking pretty good with 2 seconds, but you got to remember, McCluggage gets those 5 extra points from the win on the qualifying.
Right, he still gets 5th place, or 5th place points for yesterday.
Yeah, so I mean that's looking pretty good because that 5th place is actually like a 4th or a 3rd with those 5 points tacked onto it. Here's Mac here. He looks amazing, man. He doesn't look like he's been riding for 30 minutes. Maybe it was just maybe he was messing with us a little bit, telling us he hadn't been riding that much because he looks great.
Well, you know the guy works out like a beast anyway.
I mean, he just looks so solid. Head not moving around at all. This boat, it looks like he's riding the boat still, and the boat isn't riding him.
Well, it looks like he might have a lapper right in front of him.
Oh, goodness.
Uh-oh, he's going to slow down, have to hit the brakes just a little bit for that lapper.
Yeah, Ben Mattel got out of the way. That's good news to force that out of the way and keep driving through there. You don't want to cost somebody a win like that, so good move by Ben to get out of the way. Or actually, that might have been Anthony Radetich on the Sea-Doo.
And here we go.
Oh,
Checkered flag, getting ready to come out.
Yes, sir. McCluggage with the win. Torrey with the second place. What a move by one of the greatest of all time on that Broward Motorsports boat.
Yeah, he's
Great
also
shot of the checker flag there, man.
Also sponsored, I believe, by Monster Energy.
Yeah, that Monster Energy boat's just flying, man.
Congratulations.
Let's see if we can get a shot of the battle here for...
McCluggage getting congratulated by his crew.
I do not see Christian anymore. We've got Jimmy here coming in the chicane. Jimmy's coming down to the straightaway, and then you got a Sea-Doo right behind it.
McCluggage, meanwhile, down there celebrating.
Man, where is Daly? It must say, here he is coming down. It looks like that might be him. No, that's actually Arminio. So Christian may have had some issues here late in the race.
Yeah, so we're looking for the 105.
He probably pushed the envelope just a little too much, trying to let it all hang out, and just maybe that bug jumped up and bit him.
That's Landis getting ready to come through here in just about 5 seconds. Meanwhile, taking a look at Torrey down there, congratulating Troy.
Yeah.
That's father and son down there.
That's Papa Slugger and Little Slugger talking about it. I think Troy might be coaching him up a little bit because Troy gets an opportunity to see firsthand on what's going out there with the lines. So they get to kind of see what's going on. And he might be telling them, hey, man, do this or do that, and coaching them up. And plus, you got to talk about Troy's won all the world titles that you can count and been around this sport for forever. Those Snyder-built boats, they move, man.
Doesn't matter which microphone.
Well, once again, awesome job by all of the pro racers. And we're going to get to see them again. Coming up next, we're going to have our amateur enduro. But before we do that, we are going to have Tim Ducat go down and present Chris McCluggage with a race number 2 medal. And do a quick interview before we go into that. Again, I'd like to say a very special thanks to Short Block Technologies, as well as our good friends from HydroTurf. Special thanks to Yamaha, Bryce and company over there at Yamaha, Experience Kissimmee. Special thanks to the Atlantis, and of course our good friends over at Daytona Beach. And of course, Ronnie Mack, our official photographer. Special thanks to him. He's getting all the money shots this weekend that I'm sure that you'll see in all the magazines and all the advertisements for P1 Aquacross here in future races. He's coming down now. So again, congratulations. Congratulations to Chris McCluggage. Again, Chris racing for Broward Motorsports here for this one. Teamed up, I'll tell you what, they've got an amazing team. But very good stuff right here at Nassau Harbor. Glad, again, everybody could join us here for the P1 Aquacross live stream. And of course, all of you folks that are here live with us. So Tim's going to go over here, and he's going to get an interview right in front of our VIP booth. A great ride. Absolutely amazing. But Torrey Snyder going to be right there in the points. Torrey again with a second yesterday, a second today. That's going to give him 40 coming in for the final this afternoon. As Chris gets off of his boat, puts his sponsor hat on, got his sunglasses on, got to look too cool for school. And he's going to work his way up here to the VIP booth, and we'll go over to Tim here in just a couple of moments. Again, special thanks to the Atlantis Resort here. They've definitely rolled out the red carpet for all of us that are here with P1 Aquacross. Chris gets off and he goes, I need a beer. Good stuff right there. He's yelling up here to us. So while Chris works his way over there, just to let everybody know, we will be doing our National Series banquet tonight at the Atlantis Beach Resort. We'll be doing awards for this weekend immediately after the show, right back here behind announcing at the main stage. So again, folks, coming up next, we've got our amateur 300 class, so stick around. We're going to go up here for a quick interview in just a couple of moments. Chris, obviously a little bit tired after running 30 minutes plus a lap. Now he's got to jog another quarter mile. He's going to be a triathlete by the end of this week.
Like, yeah, I think you'd be pretty tired if you had like a 20-year-old chasing you down the whole time. I don't even think he's 20.
Well, I'm tired. I'm tired just watching him.
Man,
are you kidding me, Tim?
You don't want to see my heart rate data from a race while I'm sitting up there talking. You'd think I was out there actually turning buoys, but it tells me I'm out of shape is what it tells me.
Well, now Chris is doing steps to get to you.
Like he needed the extra work, right?
Exactly. Well, at least when he comes back, he's going downhill. Timmy, I'll send it over to you, buddy.
Thanks, bud. Just going to wait on Chris to get up here. Just thinking about that pace that he had to run for 30 minutes with Tori behind him, it has to be something to where he's excited. Well, here he is, man. We got Chris here with us. You want to lean on this, man? How you feeling? We've got Jason from the Atlantis here that actually wants to give you a medal here if you're okay with that after getting that moto win.
Great job.
Mac, take us through that, man. That was 30 minutes of pressure from a young gun. One of the guys that really put his name on the sport. What'd that feel like taking that pressure there? And you had something for every move you had.
Well, first of all, I want to thank myself for showing up. No, I'm not arrogant that bad. But no, I
thank you for showing up.
I had a good time. I made a statement earlier in the year. I wasn't going to participate in a lot of stuff, but when I do show up, I'm going to make my mark. And I believe I have. I'm not in the greatest of shape. I rode a boat that was a bit faster out there, but in the turns, you guys can see it doesn't handle as good as the FX. So over the period of 30 minutes, it's really taxing, and it beat the heck out of me out there. But I just want to thank my team, Broward Motorsports Racing, Monster Energy, Jet Pilot, Fly Helmets, Maximo Oils, ODI Grips, Hamilton's, Tim Judge, thank you, dude. Boat was hooking up great. Must be that prop bending you did. And David Cabrera for the tune, Cody as well, Daniel, Rick, Sam, Ken, my wife, Ashley, and the whole Nemi family, everybody at Broward Motorsports stores for letting us take off and go have fun while they grind away. Those are the people that are really making it possible for us to be out here. It's all of our great employees back in the States, and without them, we wouldn't be racing out here. I want to thank Yamaha as well for giving us the watercraft to do so.
That's awesome, man. Let me ask one more question about the qualifying with those extra points. That's big, man, after that first moto and get the win in the second one. We got a shot going into this.
Well, I took some notes from the man above. I'm not talking about God. He's always there on my side, keeping us safe, but Eric Francis. It was a page out of his playbook. Last race here, he rode the GP. It was hard as hell to catch him. I could get him in the turns like Tori was getting me, but I couldn't execute a pass ever. So I rolled the dice. Yesterday wasn't as good for the FX because we had the wind coming straight up the alley here. Today the wind went offshore a little bit, and the Atlantic chopped up, so it made it lay down here a bit. So I was able, it was right at that fine line where it was a little bit, too rough, not rough. It was perfect.
Perfect mix of everything. Thank you, Chris. We're excited to see you in Moto3.
Thank you very much.
Once again, congratulations to Chris McCluggage. And for those of you listening in on the live stream, we sure do appreciate it. We'll be back with our final amateur moto in just a couple of moments. But before we do that, we're going to go to break. We'll see you in 2 and 2, folks.
Gonna go up where the sunlight glows. So far up that the ground don't show. Looking down at the clouds below. And I'm up now, but I'm higher. Low, 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 low. I'm up now, but I'm higher. Low, 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 low. I'm up now, but I'm higher. tell you about me. I am the one that draws you in as I speak. Come closer, wipe the tear from your cheek.
Welcome to St. Petersburg, Clearwater in Florida. The final round of the 2022 USA AquaCross Championship, where the top 12 will progress to the P1 AquaCross World Championships in the Bahamas.
And I'm stuttering now. Let me tell you.
This race is taking place alongside the P1 Offshore Championship for Superstocks, Supercats, and the mighty Class 1. A feast of action is taking place on the waters of the Gulf of Mexico this weekend.
I talked with the devil, brought him down to his knees. Let me tell you about me. I write your favorite song.
St. Pete Clearwater is famous for its award-winning pristine white sand beaches and emerald green Gulf waters on a sunny peninsula separating the Gulf of Mexico from Tampa Bay. Only 90 miles from Orlando, making this a perfect spot for a vacation for all the family.
I said hello, let me tell you about me.
With a vibrant social and artistic scene, St. Pete has it going on. The excellent dining, bars and shopping means entertainment and activities are never in short supply. There's enough to keep the most active of visitors busy at all times. The cultural scene in St. Pete is also famous for its incredible murals and street art, as well as a thriving local art community and of course some world-class museums. The Museum of Fine Arts has art from all ages, and the world-famous Dali Museum houses the largest collection of the famed Surrealist works outside of Spain. This part of Florida is a sporting paradise. With its excellent year-round climate, St. Pete Clearwater is ideal for all sorts of water sports, including kayaking, paddleboarding, and of course, marine motorsports. There's something for everyone, and it's all watchable from up close on St. Pete's new pier, with the Pier Tiki restaurant overlooking the weekend's action.
This is probably my favorite venue. Just right off the pier, it's beautiful. The town's awesome. Food. It's great to be back for sure.
Good. I love St. Pete. It's cool to be downtown. I like how you can pit right here. It's a short idle out. It's a good venue to watch from the pier. So all in all, I enjoy St. Pete, and it's close to my house, so that's a perk. And St. Pete's always been good. So enjoy the weekend, and we'll go from there.
I'm stuck here stuttering on.
The course was great. Big track, keeps some high speeds, and light chop. Everyone's bouncing around and it spaces everyone out. But for passing, it was great. I had a good time.
Like I say, it's really fast. There's a lot of close racing going on, which makes it fun. Normally, it's so rough you can't really go bond rail to bond rail. But this weekend in St. Pete, it's going to be really interesting, that's for sure.
Coming into the last round of the US AquaCross season, James Jimmy Wilson has been the man to catch in the latter half of the season. With wins in Michigan City and a second place in Daytona Beach, Wilson has been on form and comes into the final round of the series with a healthy lead in the championship. Another strong performance here in St. Pete Clearwater, and the championship will be his.
To be leading is insane. This is kind of a pipe dream for me. So I'm super excited, and it comes with some stress and some pressure for sure coming to the last round because I want to win. But I've accomplished more than I thought I would my first year here in P1, and I'm excited, and we're ready to go do battle and try to come out here a champion this year.
Tori Snyder has been picking up points all season long after starting the series with a second place finish in Kissimmee St. Cloud. After a few problems in Daytona, where he only picked up 23 points, he might need Wilson to have a mechanical issue or two if he wants to take home the championship. Snyder is a man who always leaves it all out on the water, and he'll want to finish the season in style with a strong performance. Father and son duo Dustin and Devin Farthing have been consistent all season. They both have the skill to step up and pick up podium performances in any race and can never be counted out. Dustin Farthing will be riding with extra confidence after the win in Daytona and will likely be a threat again this weekend in St. Pete Clearwater.
Just go out and, try to win, try to get as many good points as I can for the weekend and, just get a good start and get up front and, try to ride consistent, but also, smart, try to push and, build as many points as we can.
5th place is a solid spot in the standings considering it's my first year, and coming into this weekend, I'm hoping to just get a win for the weekend, my first of the year, and finish the year off strong.
Also, keep an eye out for the likes of Christian Daly, Vanjay Ramjeet and Erminio Ian Tosca.
Yeah, I'm in third. I can still win. I just have to have a good weekend. So I'm going to try to get good starts, go out there, ride smart, and still try to pull this off. So we'll see, Nothing, it's not over till it's over.
All three have hit podiums this season and will be aiming for a strong finish in this final race. In the AM 300 class, the clear favourite is number 55, Jay Finlayson. He's won the last 2 races in Michigan City and Daytona Beach and looks like he's the man to beat in St. Pete Clearwater. In race 1, Finlayson and number 143, Tyler Erith, had a close battle from the start, but it's Finlayson who takes the lead and gets the hole shot. There's a problem for 207 Matthew Smith, one of the championship contenders. He's crashed and finds himself in the water. Joe Johnson, number 91, has been pushing hard all race long, trying to challenge Finlayson for the lead, but Finlayson is riding strongly and manages to stay out in front. At the end of race 1, it's the favourite, Jay Finlayson, who stays strong and comes through to take the checkered flag and the win. The top 3 in the AM 300 class first went to Jay Finlayson, second to Trey Williams, and third to Joe Johnson.
Came out to first place, had a real good lead, so decided to take it off a little bit. And then the next thing you know, there's no power to it, so now we have to get wrenching.
Pro Race 1 gets underway and the riders charge from the start looking to grab the hole shot. 116 Vanjay Ramjeet and 777 Juan Lezcano are battling hard from the off, aiming to grab that top spot in the early stages of race 1. Ramjeet takes the hole shot, but Lezcano manages to pass him, but he's gone in the wrong direction, so Ramjeet hangs on to first position. Tori Snyder is chasing hard, looking to get past Lezcano, but Lezcano is finding the rhythm and manages to hang on to second place. Snyder and championship leader Jimmy Wilson are going toe-to-toe for third place. Snyder holds on though and makes third place his own for now. Christian Daly finds the rhythm from further back and gets up into third place. He's now got his sights set on Lezcano up ahead in second. Lezcano is on a bit of a charge here and passes the early leader Ramjeet to move into first place. Now it's 105 Christian Daly who has really found the rhythm in this race. He looks like he's the fastest man out on the water and looking like he could challenge for top spot. There's a problem out on the circuit and the yellow flags are flying with a rider down and in the water. Christian Daly is flying and building more and more speed. He's closing in on first place. Big drama as race leader Juan Lezcano crashes and the fastest man on the water, Christian Daly, blasts past and into first. The race comes to an end and it's 105 Christian Daly who crosses the line to take the win in race 1. And crossing the line in second place is the ever-experienced rider, Dustin Farthing. The results from a dramatic first moto here in St. Pete Clearwater. Christian Daly takes the win ahead of Dustin Farthing. Third place goes the way of Tori Snyder, fourth to James Wilson, and rounding out the top 5 was the early race leader, Vanjay Ramjeet.
It was awesome. We didn't get an amazing start, but we just slowly worked our way through the field. As the moto went on, it roughened up pretty good. I think I played into our favor because we had a Sea-Doo up in the front, so I think it got a little out of hand for him. But all in all, we rode strong. The team prepped an amazing boat. Just super pumped to get this Moto 1 win.
It's all to play for as race 2 is about to get underway under stunning clear skies. We're off with race 2 in the AM class. It's an explosive start from Jay Finlayson, the race 1 winner. He blasts off the line and into first almost as soon as the race gets going. Big drama early on for Joe Johnson. The man who finished third in race 1 looks like he's got a mechanical issue and could be out of the race. A heartbreaking moment for Johnson.
We were running second. We actually had a pretty good start. We were able to take the lead actually on the start run. Then Finlayson got inside me going through turn 2, I guess. And as we were coming onto the chicane there on the front stretch, I hit a wave and I bounced into the buoy. The counterweight underneath the buoy came up, hit the bottom of the hull, and it just destroyed the hull, cracked it in pieces.
It's still Finlayson out in the lead with 618 Trey Williams behind him in second place. Tim Hickman on the 161 ski with a burst of speed passes 303 Frankie Mojica. Jimmy Roberts has his hand in the air and it looks like he's got a problem and is out of the race. But as we reach the finish line, Jay Finlayson looks untouchable and he crosses the line to go 2 from 2 here in St. Pete, Clearwater. Just one more race to go for Finlayson to make it the perfect weekend. So it's Finlayson with the win, Trey Williams again in second place. Domenico Barilla moves from 5th in race 1 to finish 3rd in race 2. It's time for the pros to get ready and head out onto the water for their second moto. Can Christian Daly back up the win in race 1 with another solid showing, or will it be another rider who steps up in race 2? Also racing here is Sophie Francis, the wife of the late great Eric Francis. Eric Francis won the opening round of the series before tragically losing his life in an endurance race back in June. Francis remains much missed by everyone in the aquacross community. The Pro Enduro class gets underway with everyone charging hard from the start. Ian Tosca, last year's champion, doesn't get the best of starts, but one man who does is Jimmy Wilson. Wilson was 4th in race 1 and is looking to improve on that in race 2. But it's Tori Snyder who grabs first place. Race 1 winner Christian Daly is in second, with Camden Powell and Dustin Farthing battling for 3rd. Snyder, who was 3rd in race 1, needs another strong performance here, and he could be in with a chance of the overall. Snyder completes the start lap in first place, but there is a long way to go in this race. Right now it's Landis in second place. He was 8th in race 1, and of course we'll be wanting to improve on that now we're back out again on the water. James Wilson is running in 3rd, with Devin Farthing moving nicely in 4th. Wilson just needs to keep that boat moving and near the top of the standings, and the championship could be his. We've got a tight battle for 5th between Dennis Mack and Ermin Eel. Welcome to Kissimmee St. Cloud in Florida for the first round of the 2022 P1 Aquacross season. Over 50 riders from 9 countries have made the journey to Central Florida for the start of a grueling series of races across the USA, then finishing in the Bahamas in November. Kissimmee is a charming old town located in Osceola County, Florida. It was founded before the Civil War and incorporated as a city in 1883. It retains its unique characteristics, and you'll find a beautiful setting full of antique stores and artsy boutiques. Kissimmee is conveniently located 25 minutes from Orlando International Airport, and it offers a perfectly balanced vacation experience surrounded with the world-famous theme parks and attractions, outdoor activities, and plenty of Florida sunshine. Kissimmee is the vacation home capital of the world. This is the first of 7 rounds, and the top 5 riders are invited to race in the grand finale in the Bahamas. There are 4 categories in the series: the Pro Enduro, the Amateur 300, Amateur 200, and a Junior category. The Premier class is the Pro Enduro and has 29 riders. In 2022, we've got lots of new faces and, of course, the chiseled veterans. With this being the start of the road to the Bahamas, let's take a look at some of the main contenders. Erminio Iantosca took the 2021 US Championship, and the 41-year-old from Naples, Florida is going to be one of the favorites for 2022.
I'm very pleased, to pull out the victory, obviously, but also very pleased that with Dean Cherrier, my mechanic, and Dean's team, we didn't break one weekend at all. And that's something to be said for how grueling this kind of racing is. So super excited. We did a lot of testing in the off season. Yamaha came out with some a little different for 22. Obviously I want to defend. I'm here to win. I'm not here to go cruise around in the back. So I just want to be smart, keep our equipment together, get good starts, ride smart, get on the podium every weekend, and we'll see where we are at the end.
Tori Snyder, the 2021 Rookie of the Year, goes into the new season with a lot of confidence.
Last year, my rookie year, won Rookie of the Year. Super happy. We were aiming for top 3, and we got top 3, tied for second, and it sucks to look back on it. No, I lost by only 5 points when it came down to the end. I won the first round, and I won the last round. I won the most rounds, and I didn't get the job done, but hopefully this year we can stay more consistent and try to put our nose to the front of the championship.
Eric Francis is another contender who will be hungry to get back to the top.
Last year was really bad. We didn't make one podium all year, so pretty mad about that because normally I'm a pretty predominant image on a podium, top 3 every round. So we're aiming to come back this year, especially this weekend, and get ourselves right back on that podium.
One rookie to watch out for this season is Devin Farthing, the son of longtime racer Dustin Farthing, and he'll be looking to make a big impact in his first season.
This is my first year racing this series, and I just got into it from my dad, and hopefully I can show everyone that I'm ready to race it. I've never beat him before, so it's definitely one of his biggest things to brag about, but the day I beat him, he'll hear about it.
The challenging circuit on St. Cloud Lake features 12 pins, and it'll prove to be a real test for all of the riders. Let's get into the first race in the Pro Enduro category. Can Iantosca keep that great run of form from 2021 going, or will one of the rookies get into the mix and shake things up in race 1? With a great crowd on the shores of the lake, the riders get 3 practice laps before lining up for the running start. From the running start, it's Eric Lagopoulos who's leading early, with Brian Baldwin on the 502 boat close behind him. Tori Snyder, last year's Rookie of the Year, is closing in on the inside with Dustin Farthing just behind. Rounding the hole shot, Baldwin cuts to the inside, but Lagopoulos maintains the lead. Lagopoulos is first to turn 3, but Baldwin has missed that turn, skipping it entirely and now takes the lead. Baldwin will have to take a penalty lap for missing that turn and will likely be under investigation after the race. Further down the field, there's a real battle for 7th between Eric Francis on the 911 Yamaha, with Landis on the 201 boat chasing hard on the outside. Down the field in 17th is the rookie Devin Farthing. He's got some job to deal with, but he'll be looking to make a run through the field if he can. Baldwin still has the lead on the 3rd lap. even after having to complete 2 penalty laps. Lagopoulos, Baldwin's teammate, is still in second. Dustin Farthing is holding on to 3rd place right now, with Tori Snyder in 4th and Ian Tosca in 5th. Devin Farthing on the number 6 boat puts together a strong second half of the race with a great drive to move from 17th all the way to 11th. As we work towards the end of the first race in the Pro Enduro category, race 1 goes the way of Brian Baldwin on the number 502 Sea-Doo. Lagopoulos comes through in 2nd place, with 3rd in race 1 going to Dustin Farthing.
It took me, at the end it was better, I needed some time to learn.
Yeah, you know, we came out, almost had the whole shot, came out second, passed for the lead on the 3rd marker, and you know, just set sail. That Reba Sea-Doo is, man, it's a handful. I wish I could ride it to its full potential, because I would, you know, I'd have lapped the whole field, but you know, it was good. It was really good. Pumped.
With 2 heats still to come here in Kissimmee, it's still all to play for. Let's take a look at the amateur 300 and amateur 200 categories. The 200 horsepower class is for naturally aspirated 4-stroke engines up to 200 horsepower as furnished by the manufacturer. The 300 horsepower class for turbo and supercharged 4-strokes over 250 horsepower as furnished by the manufacturer. Here's a look at the riders taking part. In the first heat, Valentina Lezcano on the 176 boat was first across the line, only to be disqualified after the race. So P1 went to the number 91 boat of Joe Johnson, with Chiaz in 2nd and Sally in 3rd. Now it's time for the boats to head back out onto the lake for the 2nd race. We ride on board with the pole sitter, the number 91 boat of Johnson, the winner of race 1. The starting grid is based on the results from that first race. Johnson is first to the whole shot and he leads early on. Eric Diaz on the 123 boat, who was disqualified in race 1, is currently in 2nd place, and Enrique Chia is running in 3rd. Sarzinski is in 4th, Williams in 5th, Frankie Mojica in 6th, and Pedro Jimenez in 7th. We're back on board with the 91 boat and leader Johnson as he's fighting to get round some of the back markers. Enrique Chia is currently in 3rd place on the 34 boat, but here we've got some problems for the 915 boat of Sally as he appears to break down. Chia was 4th in the first race and is still running in 3rd in race 2. A great birthday present for the Peruvian who celebrates his 59th birthday today. In the 200 class, it's Sam Nimi on the number 13 boat who's leading the race. He was also the winner of race 1. At the end of race 2, the win does go to Johnson, with Eric Diaz in 2nd and Enrique Chia in 3rd. 4th goes to Sarzinski and 5th to Williams.
Basically, we got him around turn 1, and basically I never looked back for the next 30 minutes. So we ended up leading that deal wire to wire, ended up taking the W. So we took the W in moto number 1. We also took the W in moto number 2. So we got one more to go tomorrow, and we're going to see if we can't take home the W overall.
The 200 class goes to Sam Nimi on the 13 boat. He's now won both of the races in the 200 class. Going into the final day, Johnson is 13 points clear of Chia in 2nd in the overall, so just needs to finish high up to take the overall victory. An unhappy Valentina Lezcano with 0 points so far this weekend has one last chance to turn it around. Back out on the water for the final race, and it's Johnson on pole again on the number 91 boat. But after the rolling start, it's Muad Salih on the 915 boat who storms ahead and beats Johnson to the whole shot. Johnson has to fend off Diaz, fighting to hold on to 2nd. It's Johnson who wins that battle, and he's now running in 2nd place on his own. Salih, who had problems in race 2, which ruined his chance of an overall podium, still leads, but Johnson is keeping pace with him in 2nd place. Eric Diaz in 3rd, trying to push for a good result here in race 3. GF, who's been on the podium in both of the races so far, is currently running in 9th place. Lezcano on the 176 boat is in 8th, but makes a great pass on Mojica on the 303. But we've got big problems here for the race leader, Joe Johnson. He's broken down. After winning races 1 and 2 and seemingly having the overall in his grasp, this breakdown could cost him the overall win. Lescano is just one of the riders to take advantage of the situation as she continues to cruise through the field. After Diaz breaks down and is out, Lescano is now fighting Sarzinski for third. She's on the warpath and passes 4.66 on the inside and takes third after being down in 8th. At the checkered flag though, it's the 915 boat of Muad Salih who comes through to take the win in race 3.
Today showed you what am I capable of, you know, if the ski is good, you see the result right there. I finished first.
Bad luck for Johnson, who loses the overall win by 1 point. In the 200 class, it's Sam Nini who takes his third win to make it a clean sweep here in Kissimmee St. Cloud. So the overall results, and by 1 point it goes to Enrique Chia. Johnson is pushed down to second place after his breakdown, and Sarzinski finishes the weekend with third in the overall.
Yeah, so happy. This is my best birthday present. Oh, for sure, Sarasota, I love it. That's my place. Like this, I'm gonna try to win in Sarasota, for sure.
With a birthday splash.
Day 2 gets underway with Pro Race 2. With race 1 in the books and the cobwebs blown away here in the season opener, the action is only going to heat up from here. Race 2 gets underway with a long drag to the hole shot. Eric Francis is the early leader on the 911 boat with Tori Snyder right behind him. Ian Tosca is zipping up on the inside and they are side by side going into the hole shot. It's Francis with the speed going into the hole shot and nudges into the lead. With some Clearwater ahead, Francis tries to build on his lead. Ian Tosca is in P2 with Snyder in third, James Wilson in fourth and Dustin Farthing in fifth. Eric Francis is on a mission here in race 2 and is already building his lead and stretching away from the chasing pack. Further down the field, there is a big battle for 6th place being fought by 3 boats, including Christopher Landis and Brian Baldwin, the winner of race 1. Ian Tosca is holding on to 2nd place and a result that will keep the championship in sight. James Wilson is still in 4th on the number 300 boat after a great start, and a podium could be in reach for the 33-year-old. Dustin Farthing is still in 5th place and closing in on the tail of Wilson's boat, but can't find a way past to grab 4th place. Christian Daly on the 105 Yamaha boat is running in 6th place after a DNS in race 1. Problems for Ian Tosca on the number 1 boat and he slips back to 7th place. That means Wilson is now up to 3rd. After getting the whole shot and powering away from the field, Eric the Eagle Francis is back and takes the win in race 2. Tori Snyder in 2nd place. James Wilson rounds off the podium in 3rd. Dustin Farthing takes 4th and Christian Daly finishes in 5th. With 1 race to go here, Eric Francis is now in prime position to walk away with the overall here in Kissimmee St. Cloud.
I'm happy that the whole DMAC racing team was able to put it on the podium, and Francis rode his butt off, BJ, and just showed the factory boys that small town, privacy team can compete with any of the rigs and anybody. We just all about pride and work.
It's time for the 3rd and final race where the overall will be decided.
We're sitting first in points. We have a 1 point lead over Baldwin. I think a 3 point lead over Torrey, so if we can get a top 4 finish, that'll get us on the podium. That'll win, will get us locked in for the lead.
Victory comes to the ones that want it the most. Turn the stereo on.
Out of the rolling start, it's Eric Francis with an ideal start, and he's already in the lead. Ian Tosca is in 2nd with Dustin Farthing and Tori Snyder just behind. There's a tight battle for 2nd at the hole shot. It's Ian Tosca who manages to lock in 2nd after the hole shot. Tori Snyder is holding on to 3rd, James Wilson in 4th after coming 3rd in race 2, and Dustin Farthing in 5th. Tori Snyder on the 110 Yamaha boat is in 3rd, and a big gap has formed between the top 3 and the rest of the pack. James Wilson on the 300 boat is in front here, chased closely by the 79 boat of Dustin Farthing and the 502 boat of Baldwin. Baldwin is now where he needs to be to get on the overall podium. Out in front, it's still Eric Francis on the 911 Yamaha. He's light years ahead of the rest of the field and looking good. Favolini now has Daly in his sights and manages to make the pass later in the race. Eric Francis has proved untouchable today, and the top 5 positions in race 3 don't change. So Francis takes first, and with it the overall here in Kissimmee St. Cloud. Second goes to Ian Toscup, third to Tory Snyder, fourth to James Wilson, and fifth to Favolini in France here in race number 3.
I finally woke up. It took me 3 races, but I woke up.
Hey. Let's take a look at the overall results. In first place, after wins in race 2 and 3, it's Eric Francis. The Eagle is back. Second in the overall went to the 19-year-old and 2021 Rookie of the Year, Tory Snyder. Rounding off the podium in third was Brian Baldwin.
I feel really good. You know, coming off last season, we had a bad year. Took it a lot more serious in the off season, focused on, you know, riding and making sure the skis were right. We've got a new team. The team is working really, really hard, and the results are already showing.
Thanks for joining us here in Kissimmee St. Cloud for P1 Aquacross. We'll see you for the next race in Sarasota.
It was over from the start when you let down your guard and shut me away.
At the end of June, the Aquacross family was shocked and saddened to learn of the death of Eric Francis during an endurance race in Guadeloupe. A loving husband and father, Eric was also a legend of the racing community. Eric had returned to the top step of the podium in round 1 in Kissimmee and was looking like one of the favourites for the series in 2022. Eric was a friend and mentor to many drivers, offering advice and guidance to those younger riders breaking into the sport.
There's no words for it. I grew up in watching my dad and him race. They were rivals when I was growing up and throughout the years and stuff. And it's horrible what happened. And
he's been with me ever since I was a kid. And I'm really sad to hear about what happened. And I'm going to go out here this weekend hoping to show him what I can do while he's watching from above.
He was a good friend of me since the day I ever got into racing, and I'm never going to forget that. And I wanted to run good this weekend for him, and I know he'd be smiling somewhere.
Our thoughts are with the family and friends of Eric Francis. He will be so sadly missed.
You opened up your heart and I let it break.
Welcome to Sarasota for the second round of the Aquacross Race to the Bahamas. We're in Southwest Florida, known for its beautiful sandy beaches for a feast of action on the water. As well as Aquacross, there is also P1 and the mighty Class 1 races being held here in Sarasota. Sarasota County provides the quintessential white sand beach getaway with golden sunsets and a very vibrant social and artistic scene. There are exceptional dining options and an exciting nightlife that makes this an idyllic place to visit year-round. The open water conditions at this race can make for hard times for the riders, but they're made of tough stuff and are prepared to race in all conditions.
The conditions here, they get pretty gnarly, you know, and it becomes a rider's race, you know, not really a horsepower race. It kind of separates the men from the boys, so I'm you know, super excited to get out there and get in that rough stuff.
It's kind of a tricky venue, but it's all worth it at the end. Everyone goes super fast out here, and the weather is always surprising out here. So.
We've got a big field here in Sarasota with 24 riders in the Pro category, 14 in the AM 300 category and 6 in AM 200. Riders to look out for in the Pro Enduro category include Tori Snyder on the 1110 boat, who came second in the last round.
I'm feeling good. We ride here every day because I'm from here, and we test and do all our training here in these waters, and I feel pretty comfortable in these conditions, and it's going to be a hot one this weekend, and I'm super excited for it.
Number 502, Brian Baldwin, who finished third in Kissimmee, is eager to win and looking for his chance to grab another podium spot.
Pumped to be in Sarasota. I always come here and have super good luck, so you know, looking forward to that. And you know, we've been doing some training at home, sorting on the Riva's been had the ski at Riva, making sure everything's perfect, crossing the T's and dotting the I's. So it's going to be a good weekend.
Last year's champion Erminio Iantosca knows these waters very well, and he's ready to race for a spot on the podium.
I love the the west coast of Florida, and I feel good. My Yamaha AquaX is running really good, so going to go to try to get good starts, ride smart, and try to be on the box this weekend.
Also, look out for the father and son duo of Devin and Dustin Farthing. Other drivers battling for top honours will be the likes of James Wilson, Christopher Landis and Christian Daly. Let's take a look at the start list for race 1. We get underway here in Sarasota with the rolling start. The boat's powering out through the water. Conditions are pretty good for racing today, so let's see who has got the setup right and can make an impact on this race. It's one of the pre-race favourites, Erminio Iantosca, first to the passing buoy, with Tori Snyder in a close second. There's a big battle going on for third and fourth place between the 502 boat of Brian Baldwin and the 300 boat of James Wilson. Lots of action all over the circuit in the early laps here of race 1 in Sarasota. Tori Snyder is still running in second place right now, following in the wake of the man at the head of the race, Erminio Iantosca. Can Snyder keep up this pace and find a way past the race leader? Number 105, Christian Daly, has a tough job on his hands as he's now trying to move through the field after he moved back at the start. It wasn't the start that Daly would have wanted, but there is still time left in this race to change the outcome. Let's take a look further down the standings now, and at the back of the field there's a battle going on for 8th spot between 116 Vanjie Ramjeet and 201 Christopher Landis. Still lots of action all over the water, with everyone fighting hard for every place. 105 Christian Daly moves back up the field, passing 243 Dennis Mack. Daly now starting to move up the leaderboard here in race 1. Christian Daly is still continuing to move up the field and now has to fight with number 6 Devin Farthing. This has been an impressive race from Daly after struggling at the start. Big drama here as number 6 Devin Farthing is in the water. He gets a lift though and manages to continue, but with that he's lost several places. Crowds are enjoying all of the action from the stunning beach here in Sarasota as this first race builds towards a conclusion. The white flag is waving and the leaders are now on to the final lap of this race. Can Iantosca hold on, or will we see any last-minute drama with any of the race leaders? No drama on the final lap, which means Iantosca takes first, Tori Snyder second, Dustin Farthing third, and a solid showing from James Wilson brings him fourth.
Yeah, everything after race 1, situation was good. We ended up hole shotting and I led wire to wire and won that first one. So the Yamaha performed awesome. My Dean's team, FX, was great. And now we'll look over everything in between motos and we'll try to go get another good start and ride smart and do it again.
The AMP 300 class gets underway with Eric Diaz leading the field, Muad Salih second, Joe Johnson in third. Here's number 91, Joe Johnson, passing the 915 boat of Muad. Johnson is working the boat hard and is starting to get dialed into this race. Big drama here as Muad leaves the race with what looks like boat trouble. A real shame for him as he'd been going so well early on in the race. Now the number 91 boat of Johnson finds the rhythm and passes the 1-2-3 boat of Eric Diaz as he continues to work his way through the field. Johnson has been really impressive out on the water today and he's looking good for the win. Johnson wins race 1 here in Sarasota. Seth Nama in second and Enrique Chia finishing in third. In the AM200 class, the win went to Sam Nimi with Guillaume Ferron in second and Melvin Canals in third.
So it was good to get that victory today. We were about 4th or 5th on lap number 1, coming around the start finish there, and we kind of picked them off one by one. By lap 4 or 5, we had made our way to the lead, and we never really looked back.
That's it for this episode of AquaX and the race to the Bahamas. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time. Welcome to another episode of AquaX. First we head to Sarasota for races 2 and 3 and then move on to Michigan City for the next round of the series. In Sarasota, races 2 and 3 will be held together with Pro and Am classes, which means it's going to be very busy out on the water.
We start the pros first, and then we'll line up the amateurs behind them, and then we'll start the amateurs in a second row.
Pro Enduro racers get the green flag and they're off to get race 2 here in Sarasota underway. Ian Tosca is the early leader after getting a great start, and he'll be looking to solidify his top spot as this race progresses. James Wilson is very close to Ian Tosca. Can he keep the pressure on and try and get into the leading position? Tori Snyder and James Wilson are just behind Ian Tosca here, letting the race leader know that they are ready to pounce on any mistakes. Dustin Farthing and Devin Farthing, the father and son pair, are running behind them, both putting together a solid race. Now Tori Snyder makes the pass on the early leader Ian Tosca. Great racing today from Snyder. Tori Snyder is leading the race as we get close to the checkered flag. Tori Snyder has crossed the line first, but was later disqualified from the race. With that disqualification for Snyder, it means that Ian Tosca is the winner, Dustin Farthing in second, and his son Devin Farthing in third. James Wilson finishing down in fourth.
It's good. It was rough. You know, they combined us with the amateurs, so a lot of people out there. I had a good start, hole shotted, but it got really rough, a lot of lap traffic, and Tori ended up edging me there, but took second there, so 1-2 for today, and we got one more tomorrow, so try to go back, do a little work, and make it better tomorrow.
Feeling pretty good. Got the second moto out of the way. That one was hard fought. It was pretty rough out there today. We didn't get a very good start, so we kind of had to work our way through the field. I think we were 5th or 6th on the whole shot there. It took us 3 or 4 laps. We finally were able to kind of work make our way up to 3rd, 2nd, and kind of finally took the lead.
It was an early start on the final day in Sarasota with race 3 action getting underway bright and early. Ian Tosca makes another good start, but Tori Snyder comes from behind and takes the whole shot. Snyder looking to put that disappointment of race 2's disqualification behind him. In the early stages of the 3rd and final race in Sarasota, it's currently Tori Snyder in 1st, Ian Tosca in 2nd, with James Wilson and Christian Daly fighting it out for 3rd spot. The AM classes started shortly after the Pro Enduro class got underway, again meaning lots of boats out on the water, and the pro riders are going to have to be ready to navigate through a lot of lap traffic. In the AM class number 23, Jason Williams leads the field, followed by the number 123 boat of Eric Diaz in 2nd. In the Pro Enduro, Tori Snyder is still running in 1st place. Can he hold on for the win in race 3? Christian Daly, who didn't take to the water for race 2, is in a real battle here for the 2nd spot with Ian Tosca. Ian Tosca took the win in race 1 and in race 2, so he's looking good for the overall here in Sarasota. And Daly makes a superb pass on Ian Tosca to move up into 2nd. Can he catch up with Tori Snyder, who still leads the race? Further down the standings, Devin Farthing is in 3rd, Christopher Landis 4th, Dustin Farthing 5th, Dave Davison 6th, and Vanjay Ramji in 7th. Ian Tosca wants to reclaim 2nd position, but Daly is running really well in race 3 and is going to be tough to get past. The top pro riders now passing the AM classes. It's getting harder out there with boats all over the circuit, creating a lot of chop and not much space for any of the riders. Daly is starting to close in on the race leader Snyder. He's got him in his sights and will try and set up for a pass. Snyder is now lapping AM class leaders Williams and Diaz in the number 23 and 123 boats. Devin Farthing finds a great burst of speed, and now he's passing Ian Tosca and moves into 3rd. Daly is now right on the neck of Tori Snyder, putting the race leader under some extreme pressure. And Daly makes the pass on Snyder to move into 1st place. And that's race 3 in the books here in Sarasota, with Christian Daly the winner. Tori Snyder gets 2nd, Devin Farthing 3rd, Erminio Ian Tosca 4th, Dustin Farthing 5th. In the AM 300, Muad Sali took 1st, Enrique Chia 2nd, and Jason Williams 3rd.
I worked on the ski yesterday, and as you see again, the result, ski is running, I finished 1st. As long as I have a good running ski, I can come up with good results.
And the results from race 3 in the AM 200 class, Sam Nemi took the win, Kevin Sullivan 2nd, Johan Ferron in 3rd.
We've had not so great luck this weekend, honestly, but as they say, the win honestly cures everything, so it feels really good. The guys worked super hard last night on all the boats. We got a lot of work done, and it's awesome to come out with a win.
The overall results in the Pro Enduro category, the win here in Sarasota goes to Erminio Ian Tosca. Dustin Farthing takes 2nd and Devin Farthing took 3rd. The AM 300 overall results, with the win going to Joe Johnson, Seth Nema in 2nd, Jason Williams in 3rd. And the overall in the AM 200, Sam Nemi taking the win, Johan Ferron in 2nd with Kevin Sullivan in 3rd.
Good, I'm happy, we rode well. The Yamaha FX SVHO performed awesome. Got really rough out there, had good starts, rode smart, and I ended up winning the overall, so I'm super happy.
welcome along to Michigan City, Indiana, 50 miles east of Chicago. We're racing on the Great Lake of Michigan. Expect the lake to show some bite across the 3 races here, with the potential for high winds and big waves expected. The Michigan City round of the AquaX Championship will no doubt push all the riders and their skis to the absolute limit. With beautiful beaches on the shores of Lake Michigan, Michigan City is a wonderful venue for the AquaX Championship, and everyone was raring to go ahead of an action-packed weekend of racing. In the field this weekend, we have 22 pro riders and 15 AM-class riders. The name to look out for after the win in Sarasota is Erminio Iantosca, who's leading the championship and is aiming for another podium spot here in Michigan City.
Yeah, Sarasota was good, and now we just need to get good starts again, ride smart. Wind picked up, some surf here, so good old Florida water, and hopefully we do it again.
In second place in the championship is Tori Snyder, a rider that is always going to be one of the favourites.
We're second in points right now, feeling good. We gotta stay consistent. There's gonna be rough conditions, train all the time in rough conditions, so it should be good. And then just consistency is the key.
In third in the standings is James Wilson. He wasn't able to find the podium in Sarasota, but will be looking to bounce back here with a win.
I'm super excited. I love the rough stuff, so we'll see if I can make something happen this weekend.
Other names to look out for are father and son duo Devin and Dustin Farthing. Christian Daly, Vanjie Ramjeet and Camden Powell could all also pose a threat out on the waters of Lake Michigan. With the conditions out on the circuit expected to be rough, windy and highly changeable, this race was all about who would have the smartest tactics and be able to find the consistency over the 3 races.
Michigan City waters are awesome. I love it here. It's cold water, they run hard and fast. The conditions can change any given moment, so this is my type of water. Kind of takes the horsepower out of things and the talent into it.
Let's take a look at the entry list for race 1 here on the Great Lake of Michigan. The race is on, and the father and son duo of Dustin and Devin Farthing both make strong starts. The Farthings are battling for first place, but Christian Daly is closing in from behind. A little further back, but keeping pace with the leaders, are Camden Powell and Tori Snyder. Christian Daly is in a great position as he makes a pass on Devin Farthing. After the overtake on Devin, he moves on to Dustin, but Dustin uses all of his experience and is able to hold him off and stay in second place. After the early exchanges, Tori Snyder is in 4th, Eric Lagopoulos 5th, Christopher Landis 6th, Camden Powell 7th, and James Wilson 8th. James Wilson has been working his way through the field and moves up into 5th spot. Into lap 3 now, and Snyder gets past Devin Farthing to move into 3rd place. James Wilson has really found his rhythm and passes Devin Farthing and moves into 4th position. Big drama as Christian Daly in 2nd place falls in the roughening waters and loses his position, and he needs a lift from the marshal to get back to his ski. Dustin Farthing now in 1st, Tori Snyder in 2nd, James Wilson running in 3rd. After 2 laps, Wilson manages to pass Snyder and get into 2nd. Now only Dustin Farthing is in front of him. Will he have the pace and be able to manage the ski to get into the race lead? We're into the last 2 laps and Dustin Farthing slows down. James Wilson takes advantage to get past and now leads the race with not a lot of time left. What a race from James Wilson. He came from 8th spot into 1st with a stunning ride. And Wilson takes the checkered flag and the win in race 1 here in Michigan City. Let's get a look at the results from race 1 in the Pro Enduro class. It was James Wilson who took first, Dustin Farthing second, Tori Snyder in third, Devin Farthing fourth, and fifth place went to Christian Daly.
Lost the lens, couldn't see. Just, yeah, I'm not sure what happened. Caught a wave, caught a thing, not sure.
That was really good. We had a bad start. It was just me. Like I didn't leave good, but it was really rough. So it didn't really matter how fast you were. Like top speed, just meant like ride smart. And honestly, I didn't feel like I really started making a bunch of passes till third of the way through the race, or maybe halfway. And it's just nutrition.
The AM classes are now heading out on the water for race 1. In the AM 300 class, it's 315 Andre Edmiston who starts first. Number 55 Jay Finlayson starts second, Errol Lang third, and Ziki Kaim fourth. But problems on the first lap for 315 Edmiston as he has a mechanical issue, and number 55 Jay Finlayson passes him. Finlayson manages to stay in the lead throughout the race, and he comes through to take the win. Number 101 Errol Lang finishes in second place. In the AM 200 class, the win went to number 13 Sam Neely. The race 1 results in the AM 300 class. First place went to Jay Finlayson, second to Errol Lang, third to Carson Peterson. And the race 1 results for the AM 200 class, Sam Neely in first, Kevin Sullivan second, Jason Lester in third.
All right, folks, welcome back to Nassau, Bahamas, as we hang out here at Atlantis for the 2022 P1 Aquacross World Championships. Mike Young along with Tim Duquette. Tim, we got the amateurs coming up for their final race.
Yeah, final race of the weekend here in front of, with the backdrop of the Atlantis, man. I can't imagine if it's somebody maybe that hasn't ever been out of the country before. If you're here, you're getting a chance to race in the Bahamas, and you got a world championship on top of that. Look at Finlayson here. I don't know what he's done in his past, but to get a chance to come here, and he's gone 2 for 2 here. I mean, what's he going to do in Moto3?
Well, Finlayson coming into this one with 51 points. He's actually won the last 12 races in P1 Aquacross Amateur 300 Endurance, and wow, that start looked a little hairy. Let's see if we see a red flag. I guess there was some people sleeping on the line.
Yeah, sleeping on the line will cost you a championship. That middle boat is looking like it's really stretching the legs out. To be able to have that kind of horsepower. Wow, Finlayson pulling back up by him.
And the red flag is coming out. Yeah, as we've seen it didn't look like that quite of an even of a start, Tim. So
no, man, to have that red flag, I'm sure the guys that were shoreside on that are really happy now, because that was really tough for them. They were not lined up. There were 6 or 7 boat links behind them, and you can't start the race when they're like that unless there was something going on between the course marshals and them. I don't really know.
Well, while they're coming back, we'd like to say a very special thanks to Barbara and all the fine folks over at Short Block Technologies, as well as HydroTurf. Of course, our good friends from Yamaha and Experience Kissimmee, as well as Daytona Beach. And you can see the start right there, how uneven that was for all of you that are watching the live stream.
I think we're seeing Valentina right there reacting to her boat being down. I know she had to do a switch on a couple parts and get her boat back running, but it maybe is causing some more gremlins now. It looks like she's running, though. She's coming back to the starting pack.
That's good for the Miami jet ski pilot. And she's the only female out there here in this one right here, Valentina Liscano. She's on boat number 176, and it looked like she was going to grab a hole shot yesterday and then got pinched.
So I think it was 2 times she had. It was actually, I talked to her a little bit this morning, and it was actually a little bit of boat issues that was happening. Some gremlins reared their head, and she actually had 2 amazing starts, and it just, things happen, man. It's, like I said the other day, it's better to be lucky than good sometimes. Let's get these guys lined up a little more even this time and see if we can get a good start for this group of amateurs.
Well, there's Valentina Liscano right there on the screen, boat number 176. And she's done really well this year. She actually took a win in the first of the Grand Prix over in Europe, and unfortunately got DQ'd for not having a bar pad.
Yeah, it's tough luck, man. I looked at that. You know what's weird? The rule reads it need a crossbar pad. Her bars didn't have a crossbar. So, I mean, if her bars didn't have a crossbar, do you really need a pad?
Exactly. Well,
how do you read that rule, you know?
It's kind of an oxymoron. Taking a look right there at Finlayson. He's got the bullseye on his back.
Yeah.
Right there beside Trey Williams. Trey currently second in the points right now with 41 points coming into today. Final race for these guys right here for the World Championship for people in aquacross.
We're getting a nice wind up here. It's probably about 20-30 mile an hour right now. It's going to kick up this water a little bit. And there we go. We got a decent start that time. Valentina's starting to motor that boat on the outside. She looks really good on the start. Oh, man, another boat issue for her. She is just having all kinds of gremlins popping up. Here it goes again.
Tough break, and here comes Finlayson on the outside, right beside Williams, and I believe that's Jason Williams.
On the far outside there. They're starting to arc out a little bit, trying to open up that line to give them room to get through that buoy. Whoa, there might have been a love tap there between those two guys in second and third.
Oh, yeah. No, I believe second place was Finlayson. So, you know, I told you he had the bullseye on his back. They're trying to shoot him down.
I guess when you got a bullseye, sometimes something hits. We'll try to get a number for you on that first boat there. That's a great shot of all those boats coming back towards us from the end there with the cruise ships.
Yeah, from the west side.
We have a gnarly glare from our vantage point right now, and I just can only imagine what it looks like from the riders there when, as you see, when that camera pans around and gets that sun back into our face.
No nice overhead shot of the boats heading east.
That looks like Finlayson in second. That may be Jason Williams in first. We'll try to get you a number as they come closer to shore.
And it
can't quite make out that number.
That might be Jimmy Roberts on boat number 710.
It is. That's actually Jimmy Roberts out front with Finlayson just there in second. That's somebody new, some new blood up there in the top of the pack. It'll be cool to see how long he can hold off Finlayson, or heck, maybe finally got a good start. Drifted a little wide there.
Yeah, I was going to say Roberts drifted a little too wide. He was heading to the Cayman Islands.
Where is Trey at? He's going to have some work cut out for him when he gets going, because I know he's the only person that probably has a shot at actually catching Finlayson. It's going to take an act of God to take him out of first place right now. Something bad's going to happen for Finlayson.
Yeah, there's Trey now going down the front straightaway. Easy to pick out on that powder blue boat.
Yeah, man, it really is. It looks like Valentina's rolling again, at least up with the pack. It might be Kevin Sullivan there rounding out the top.
Yeah, Kevin Sullivan, I believe, on one of the Team 71 boats, borrowed property, lost his boat yesterday, and so the other, Andrew Ray, actually gave his boat up.
Yeah, I've heard the words boat swap a lot up here in this tower today. And a boat swap, for those of you racing, we take a 2-position penalty for swapping a boat, but it's just these little things that happen because of how hard, what we put on these boats, the stress we put on the boats, the hulls. We had a crack hole in the pro class. Things happen, man. We're pushing this equipment to the brink.
Yeah, from what I heard, Jimmy Wilson had like a foot of water in the bottom of his boat. Still took third place.
Yeah, man. I think if the amateurs want to catch Finlayson, they're going to need at least 18 inches of water in his boat, I think, the way he's riding.
Yeah, he's going to have to drag some barbells behind him.
Yeah, Jimmy looks like he's really riding well here. I haven't got a chance to watch him up front because we've been announcing from the screen, so it's kind of interesting to see a new guy up there. He looks solid, but really looking good.
Yeah, you know, Finlayson needs to ride smart right here. He doesn't want to get in traffic, doesn't want to get taken out.
You know, if there's a 4-letter word, though, man, called pride. Sometimes that jumps in front of you. He is closing up on him. You're right, though, Mike. I mean, do you make that pass? Do you settle in? But also, it could be put you in a worse position to be there behind him if he makes a bobble and you're right on his butt.
Exactly. You just got to be able to do the moto mat, stay out of trouble. Uh-oh, your first place rider went to the wrong.
Oh, no, poor guy.
Oh, first place is now down.
Yeah, that's the tough part about not being leading. That's something that you get to see the perfect. Oh man, he's completely lost, guys.
He's like a drunken sailor on a 24-hour pass out there.
He's going to get the old black flag here, possibly if he keeps messing that course up, just to keep it safe out there.
Dominic Barilla has advanced up into that 4th place position from what we have seen on boat number 714. As you see him down there at the west end, your race leader. Let's take a look at this again, folks.
You can
And look,
see here.
He just goes straight lines.
That's tough, man. You see Finlayson take the turn. But that's the problem with leading, man. You ain't got somebody in front of you. You got to remember the course then. We laugh about it, but in P1, we don't get a lot of laps on the course. So sometimes you don't have a great feel for the course. It's sometimes better to be just a spot back and then begin and just get your lines down.
So Finlayson, your leader, I'm not going to say unofficially. I'm going to say officially.
Yeah. It's just tough. I would have liked to seen how Finlayson could react. I mean, in Daytona, we got to see him behind Muad for a little bit there while he was running him down. I want to see how he reacts with pressure on. It looks like Roberts is still right in front of him. Now it's even a bigger question, like, what do you do here? The guy's a lap down. How do you get, what do you do? Do you push the envelope? Do they get him out of the way? Should they blue and yellow flag this guy?
I mean, say, yeah, the blue flag or the black
he's
flag.
He's a lap down now with the leader coming up. I think I think that might be a reason for a blue and yellow flag.
Yeah, you can see him getting ready to go on the 90-degree turn, the hairpin coming right at us here at the stage. And look, now he's going to, now he's picking up the penalty buoy, but he's straight lined the other buoy.
I mean, how many times would he have to pick up the penalty buoy to get it back? He needs to do that the rest of the race if he wants to consider it. You don't get to grab it when you skip 4 buoys.
Right,
bro.
buy everybody a pizza.
Yeah. You're going to be grabbing that all race long. And now, I mean, the bad part about this now, Finlayson's by him. Finlayson's got nobody in front of him. He's going to run away with this.
Oh, yeah. So the battle now, I believe, was going to be for second place overall in the points, at least. So
that's Klein, right?
No, that's Trey Williams and Jason Williams.
Oh, okay.
And then Klein's back there in fourth.
Okay, so Klein's still got a shot from the Cayman Islands. I thought his points were up there. That's really good to see with those guys. So we got about a 3-way battle for that second and third spot. Finlayson's all but sealed the deal here. There's about one more nail to put in this coffin, and it's just keeping that boat running for the rest of the race.
Well, I'll give you a quick rundown of the points. Finlayson came in with 51 to this one, and then with 41, you had Trey Williams. With 35, you had Jason Williams. So those are your top 3 in points. And Clyde Glidden had 34 points coming in.
So he was a little bit more behind them. I thought the clip points were a little bit closer than that. I want to point out something. Let's start checking when Finlayson starts peeking over his shoulder. He's doing it in a little better spot right after a turn, checking over his shoulder instead of in the straightaways. I think that's an improvement for him over the weekend. And when you're winning like you are, you can only look for little improvements. I mean, how much better can you get?
So we got Finlayson out in front. They've got Roberts in second here, but that is very unofficial. Williams, boat number 23, that's Jason Williams, that's currently in the third place, followed by Smith back there in
I think Smith's putting together a quiet weekend, man. I mean, we haven't really talked about him a whole bunch, but just consistency. I mean, chip away, chip away, chip away. Keep them points there. If getting first right now is out of the question with the way Finlayson's riding. But if you can just hang in there and get that top 3 spot, that's the way to do it, man.
Well, Matt Smith on boat number 207, he came into this one, I believe, with 28 points.
He's got a shot.
Dominic Barilla.
Yeah, he's got a shot. Both Barilla and him have a shot at moving up in there. This is a great angle here to see Jason Williams coming through there. And then Smith, I think Smith's going to start applying that pressure. Williams got an unbelievably fast ski, man. So it'll be cool to see what Smith can do later in the race. We got Trey closing up on Dominic on the chicane coming off the front straightaway here.
That's a big battle for 4th and 5th overall.
Yeah, trying to climb onto that podium, man. The second and third spots are wide open for these guys on the podium. And heck, I mean, if something really bad happens and Finlayson drops out, he's going to need to run at least 60% of these laps to get some points. But as long as he gets, I think, last place, he'd probably have enough points to win the whole thing.
And Glidden on the CI-17, he needs to make a couple passes to make it up onto the podium.
Yeah, and the way he's been riding this weekend, I mean, I wouldn't put that out of the question. That representing the Cayman Islands, pushing the envelope like he has and just moving faster and faster every race. All you can ask for is that progression. Starting, hey, here I did this, next lap I'm going to do this, and just see those small improvements and keep getting faster and faster every lap.
Well, I know he's got a whole team of Caymanians here that are rooting him on in the pits.
Man, I just love how their country supports their riders. It's so neat. It's not quite the same in the U.S. with like it is in the other foreign countries. It's cool to see that they really get behind them and really root. There's a lot of national pride in that. We're looking at Dominic Barilla here, Barilla Construction sponsored rider. I got a chance to talk to him, and he's always really animated like we always talk about. He was telling me a lot about how he's working the lines, he's really searching for that passing area. He was letting me know that it really is tough. You're looking everywhere you can to find an edge on the guy in front of you, and that Big Cow, he's probably one of the best boats for hunting around trying to find the right line.
Yeah, I'll tell you talk about animated. He's the Chris Fischetti of P1 Aquacross, no doubt about it.
Oh man, love it. Here's Trey starting starting to closing up on him. And then you got the CI boat coming right behind him. There's about to be a party, a log jam behind Dominic if he doesn't start moving.
And it looks like, yeah, they're all getting ready to come down the front straightaway right now. Trey Williams, again, back there in the 6th place, coming into this one in 2nd place. He's 28 seconds behind the leader right now.
Okay, gotcha. That's quite a lead already to be this early in the race. I mean, Finlayson's just on another level. So we have a nice little battle brewing behind Dominic Barilla, but let's see who we're checking out on the live stream here. Get a number on that. That's Finlayson there. He just looks so good, man. You see how his butt rises up off the seat, and then he lowers himself back down. So a lot of people make the mistake of thinking he's sitting down the whole time. I'd like to ask his quads how they feel. You hover on it like a girl in a Jiffy Store bathroom. You don't touch the seat. You just tap it with your butt the whole time, man. You don't want to get no full contact, bro.
Hey, we got the best Porta-Johns ever here. Are you kidding me?
Hey, they are AC. These really are. Atlantis rolls out the red carpet more way than one.
Jay Finlayson, rather, with a 1:46.93 lap time.
Wow.
That last time around.
Well, you think that's the water roughing up, Mikey, just adding a little more to it? Is that what that looks like?
Well, I think that you got Sunday boat traffic over on the other side. You got the seawall, and you're getting reverb off the seawall on this side. So they're kind of in the middle of a washing machine.
Yeah, I personally love this water like this because everybody's boats are doing kind of the same thing, walking all over the place, and it's just about who has the most guts to just stay clamped the longest and really run with pace into the corners.
So Jason Williams, currently unofficially in 2nd place from what we got here, and he's already plus a lap.
We're looking at Trey right now, trying to run down Dominic Barilla, and it looks like Smith has still got a little bit of distance between them. This is going to be a nice battle late in the race here.
Yeah, Valentina was in 7th place, but it looks like
she's on the top left-hand side of the track, still putting along out there, just trying to get points. Wow, the way that was that the Clinton there taking that turn on, coming on the straight. He's actually got some skill, man. I'd like to watch him a little bit more.
Yeah, Liscano having problems up here by the bridge side. You can tell it's a mechanical problem. She sits right up there.
She's in the racing line, though. Somebody needs to get over there, get her out of the racing line. There she is. I just feel for her, man. That whole family puts their heart and soul into this business. I mean, it is their business. Their business is personal watercraft, and it's something that they love to do. It's a shame that she's had this bad luck here in the Bahamas.
Yeah, I went back out to your leader there momentarily, the double nickels, Jay Finlayson. Can he win a baker's dozen?
Dude,
that'd be 13 in a row.
I can't imagine what that feels like from him, but I know that there better be a pro card addressed getting sent to him right now. It's for all the people in P1, do not let him run amateur next year. This kid's too good.
He is way too good.
Just so cool to see the shot here across the bay, watching them drive through this back straightaway. You can see the boats are staying really glued to the water for how much this water's being kicked up. These guys must have changed their handling package in between the races and maybe put a little deeper intake grade in there. Look at Williams here. Jason has just looked so solid coming through the pack, coming through the water here. And he has to know some people are starting to close up because Jason has Matt Smith there behind him. Back to the chicane here. This is Jimmy Roberts, who might be a couple laps down. Oh, back to the top.
Yeah, Jason about 17 seconds off the pace being thrown down by Jay Finlayson.
Man, Trey has really closed up there on Rilla here. This is going to be the battle of the course right now. You got Dominic there on the Cowie, the 716 Cowie, starting to close up on Smith, but knock, knock, knock. Here comes Trey on that door, banging on that door here for Dominic. And look, don't look now. The Cayman rider is right on top of him too. So this is going to be one heck of a battle. We're early in this race. We're still in the first third of this race. These guys are still trying to feel out their pace, their lines, and they're starting to battle already.
Well, I'll tell you what, Dominic right there with, again, like 9-foot wide arms as he goes into these turns, really slowing the rest of the group down.
Shoot, that Cowie's about 8 foot wide anyways, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. It's like 15 foot long, I know that.
And there's one extra cruise ship in this waterway today.
Exactly. That's the one throwing up all the way. But then you got Williams right behind him, and with him slowing up Williams, Glidden's gotten himself right back into this, and if Glidden can slingshot, that could possibly put him on the podium.
Man, Finlayson looks so solid on that boat. The way he's just popping off out that seat, just on that straightaway. The boat's just dancing underneath him. Let it do what it wants to do, and just ride it out, man.
Bad news for Team 71. Kevin Sullivan is headed toward the pits a little bit early.
Did Dominic get past on the top right-hand side of that? Let's see when they come closer. It looked like Trey may have made a move over there. Can't see because of the glare. As they come back to our side of the track over here near on the bridge side, we'll get you a better idea of what's going on.
Again, your racer up front, Jay Finlinson, turning in a 1:49.11. So the lap time's starting to slow down a little bit.
He might be just going into cruise control, honestly. Yep. Trey is, so the Cayman rider's about to go by. Trey's. Clinton is pushing the envelope here. I think Dominic might be just causing a logjam. These guys are about to battle it out, man. They're about to be 3 wide in another lap or 2.
Well, Klein right now getting caught up in the pump wash, and like we talked about yesterday, the water aerated, and you're not going as fast.
Yeah, it's tough, man. You're searching for that line, We're looking at Smith here. He looks great coming through here, this jet ride boat. Let's see how he does as he closes up onto Roberts here. I wish he knew that he was a couple laps down, because he doesn't have that in his head right now. He doesn't know he straight lined that buoy unless he got a sight line on him.
Getting a shot of Glidden there, sponsored by Team Cayman Islands. Their government actually sponsors them to come here.
Talk about country pride, man. That's really awesome. I love to hear that. And just, they're going to come. They're going to give you their best, and they ride so hard. You got a couple riders in AM, a couple riders in Pro. That's awesome to watch, man.
We started with 18 riders here in the amateur 300 class. We're down to 13, and make that 12, 11, 10, 9. 8 riders out there on the track now.
I say this a lot. It's a war of attrition, man. And not only do you need your body to hold up, but you got to have the skis holding up too. People don't realize the stress we're putting on this equipment. If you want to go fast, it costs, man. It costs. It's hard on equipment, but it doesn't cost a lot to get started. That's what the great part is. Wow, these guys riding through that white water, trying to search for a line. He's really running close to that little yellow bend in the straightaway.
The camera really doesn't do it justice to see how rough it is actually out there.
It's tough because we're up a little higher, so we're not exactly level with the water. We're looking at Jimmy Roberts. He looks solid there. I wonder what he's thinking right now. And I didn't notice if he grabbed more than one of the penalty buoys. I would have been grabbing that every lap for a little while.
Yeah, so Roberts only hit that penalty buoy one time. But if you straight line a buoy, it doesn't matter whether you hit the penalty buoy or not. That's up to the race director's discretion.
Gotcha. So we'll hear what that call is later in the race. Look at Smith. Smith's riding great, man. He looks really good. He's starting to run down Jimmy Roberts. You've got Dominic right behind him. Wow, man, this angle here is going to give us a good idea of just how much space is between these top few people that are just outside of the top spots. And Jason Williams is looking good out there.
I say great shot there by the cameraman to let us know, and we can get the numbers as everybody is coming in here toward the shoreline.
They're going out towards that top side of the course over there by the cruise ships.
Straight line.
That water's a little bit different there on that other side. As we were talking to some of the racers in between the race, there's some rollers there as you go around that bend and drop back down into the sweeper side. That water's a little bit different down there on that opposite side of the track, and we don't get a real good sight line on it, and I don't know if the camera's giving us an actual good idea of what's going on. There's the green flag, Mikey, so we're actually halfway through this race.
Okay, well, what I'm getting here from the race director, Jimmy Roberts on the 710, even though he did take the penalty buoy, they're calling it the Baldwin rule. He straight-lined it, and it's 1 lap and a penalty. Sorry about your luck.
The old Baldwin rule. Look at these guys coming here. He's starting to really close up. I can't get a number on that boat that's starting to swing on the outside of it. It looks like Dominic there.
That's Dominic and Trey still going at it with Glidden right there.
We're looking at Smith there, I think. Tough with this glare, man, to get a real good eye of what's going on. That's definitely Smith there.
Matt Smith.
Matt Smith. He looks so good on that blue and yellow boat. No head bobble yet. Still riding good. He looks like he's out on a Sunday cruise, but guess what's going to happen? Dominic's going to be in your tray in another lap. Wow, that boat got a lot of air. You can, on that little section right there, that was a perfect example of what the Cowie does well. You watch the Yamaha roll through there. They bounced up about 3 feet in the air. The Cowie didn't even know that wave was there. Broke through it like it was the Titanic.
Yeah,
not a nicer.
Well, I was going to say, you can see right behind it was the loading docks here, where Customs is, and that's got a lot of big boats coming in and out of there because there's a marina just on the west side of that.
Wow, this is going to be a good race. We've got Jimmy Roberts here with Smith closing up on him hard. He's going to make I think he's going to start setting up for a pass here in the next lap. Yeah, we're getting a real log jam here. Dominic's got back on the pace and is really starting to put a little distance between him and Trey as well.
Still holding off Williams and Glidden, though.
Yeah, man, I think Trey's really trying to fight for that second spot. He's going to need a really good finish here. He needs to start making some moves here, so especially since we're in the second half of the race.
Once again, Jason Williams in that second place position. Last lap around for Finlayson, a 1:53. I think that's his slowest lap all weekend.
Wow.
Did you know he's starting to take it easy?
Yeah, I think so. I think he understands that championship is right there, and right now it's about boat preservation. Do you know about what a lead he has? He's got to have almost a half a lap lead. So for him, I mean, let's cruise. Let's block this boat in cruise control.
Yeah, it looks like Williams is about 21 seconds behind him.
I mean, that's a big lead. That would take a major mistake. Even pulling your lanyard wouldn't make it enough. It's going to take coming off. So the only way you come off is if you're pushing the pace. So he's probably just settling back, riding around 85-90% of what his actual pace is. Can we see who's coming here on this shot? This looks like Smith again. Oh, nope, that's Jason Williams there on the 1-2-3. The boat looks great. He looks really good too, and he's still holding off these guys. You got Dominic just behind him, and then it looks like Matt Smith behind him. So there's a three-way battle there here in the next few laps. Jason Williams looked to distance himself just a smidge more there from Roberts.
And then you got Trey Williams back there in the 5th place, but actually when Roberts gets called, he'll move him up to 4th place, and Glidden would be in 5th place. But Glidden needs to get by Williams if he wants to get up onto the podium.
Man, this is getting close here. You just got a really close shot of Trey there, dip into the inside of Barilla. It's starting to really heat up here. There's about 4 boats that are going to be all in a battle here in the next couple laps.
Yeah, it's absolute craziness down the front straightaway right now.
Yeah, you can kind of see what's going on with their lap times too, because they open the lead, close the lead, open the lead, close the lead. So you see that distance changing. That's like one extra bobble by a guy that lap. He falls a little back. Next lap he runs a perfect lap, closes back up. It's kind of interesting to watch as we sit up here.
Well, Jason Williams shaved 2 seconds off of the lead being thrown down by Finlayson.
Yeah, I don't think Finlayson much cares about that right now. A win's a win is a win. Right now, we're trying to wrap up a championship, right?
That's right. He wants to take it home and show all his friends at Syracuse Mafia that his Ignite Racing Fuels machine.
Man, that boat's been flying. He's been flying. It's just, he's putting a stomp down. He's got a foot on the throat of the amateur class right now.
Great racing here in the amateur class. If you're just joining us, we'd like to welcome everybody to the live stream and our live show here at Atlantis, Paradise Island, Bahamas. You're watching the 2022 P1 Aquacross World Championships.
It's just so neat to me to watch how they choose their different lines. You know, it's like, I wish we could be inside their heads as they decide, like, I want to be on the inside here, I want to be on the outside here. It's which line are you choosing and why? That's what it's where the real thought is.
Look at this battle here. This is Trey Williams and Clyde Glidden.
Yeah, Clyde, we're all pulling up right by him. Wow, what a smoke job there.
Side by side.
And he's got the inside line going into this buoy. So, Trey dipping back down underneath. That was a nice move by Trey to try to close that back off. Great job, Clyde, man. Yeah. Wow.
So Glidden getting past one. I believe he's got to get past another to move up onto that podium. But doing what he needs to do to get there.
Dude, he is riding amazing. What a great ride by him. It's fun to watch. And now the next person in his sights is what? It looks like Barilla. Yeah, here we go. He's starting to lock in on him, and it's time to start reeling because we've got to be into the final third of the race right now.
Yeah, I think that we're at least 20 in.
Wow, look at that. Dip into the inside there. Smith looking good. We got Barilla coming through there, and then Cayman Rider right there behind him.
Great shot by our cameraman. You see Atlantis, Paradise Island in the background.
I wonder what happened to Trey there, if he just made a little bobble or if it's just something where he had a better drive, worse drive down the straightaway. That was interesting to watch it, how much he closed right by him. It was like all of a sudden he gained an extra 5 miles an hour, the other guy.
Yeah, Glidden, he knows, he's seen that green flag. He said it's go time. It's now or never.
Yeah, probably, and he probably likes this water a little rougher being from the Caymans, right?
Yeah, exactly. You know, he's an island boy himself, you know, and they're used to, you know, racing around the island. They do a big race down there called Jet Around, and he's always involved with that.
And this is so cool to see these, you know, you got about 25 boat links there between each of them, 30 boat links between each of these guys. Starting to really close up there, though.
Finlayson right now running 150 lap time, so you know he's on a Sunday
chilling,
cruise, right?
He's chilling. He's having a good Sunday in Paradise Island right now. He's just relaxing, just trying to log laps and get it done.
Right, he's thinking about that big box of donuts at the finish line.
There's plenty of them here in Paradise Island. Oh, my little boy has been asking for them all week.
No kidding. So taking a look at Glidden right there again, and then back out to Matt Smith.
Yeah, Matt Smith is looking really good. He's had all this stuff kind of going on behind him without really knowing that all these battles are happening there.
He's in third place unofficially.
Barilla's about to be in trouble. He needs to get moving because he's about to have company there.
Yeah, knock, knock, knock. You got the Cayman Islands at your back door.
Yeah, man, he's looking good too, and I really think it is the water chopping up a little bit that's giving him a little advantage right now.
He's hopping a lot too.
That boat's freed up and moving right now. Look at this. It was a great shot watching them come through this chicane on the front straightaway.
Yeah, a couple chicane. All trying to get past Domenico.
Yeah, man, and it's not like Dominique's keep holding him up. He's running a heck of a pace himself, man. He's really moving on that Cowie, and I think this wind is his friend. Let's chop it up, man. That's all he's thinking right now. But uh-oh, it looks like there's about to be a move on the back straightaway. Might be Jimmy Roberts getting past there. Yeah, he got closed off there. Smith needs to make moves and get around him, because if he doesn't get to Jason quickly, he's not going to have enough time to make a move for second place.
Yeah, Matt Smith coming into this one with 28 points. He was tied up with Domenico Barilla.
There's Barilla there. He's got a heck of a ride going. He's got the Cayman rider right behind him.
Sponsored by Arilla Construction. You can see how close Klein Glidden is to Barilla right there. And there's Williams.
Yeah, Klein
got
looks
past.
great, man. He's looking great. And Williams knows how great of a rider he is right now after getting passed by him a couple laps ago.
Oh, and Glidden goes way wide.
Oh, man.
He just gave up the spot. Oh, is he getting?
Trey got him, closed him off. Oh, what a move, man. It just to have the tenacity to actually put that boat back into that position after he watched Clinton drift a little wide, and he stuck that nose in there and drove in and just slammed the door. That's just a lot of confidence to know, hey, that boat ain't there, because that's a 1,000-pound jet ski. If it is there, it's going to hurt when you turn it down.
So good thinking there by Trey Williams, and just a mental fade there,
man,
by Glidden.
We don't know. It might have been a little peak of a wave. Sometimes when guess what you can't do on a personal watercraft in the air is turn it, because you're just flying sideways. So if he gets a little pop of a wave, all you do is get shot 10 feet to the side and you're out of your race line.
This is your battle for third, fourth, and fifth right now that we've been taking a look at.
Yeah, they're actually closing up on second, too, with Jason Williams there. They're getting closer and closer to him. It's going to be a second through fifth battle real quick. Here we go with the replay.
Yeah, let's take a look at the replay and exactly what happened. You can see this is Glidden, and Glidden coming to that.
Let's see if we can see him catch some air here.
Yeah, see how far past he goes.
Oh. No, he just drifted wide there. It just looked like he drifted wide, man. He just turned the handlebars a little too down there and got passed by Trey, man. That's just a tough luck.
Hard luck award.
Yeah, man, that's tough.
And now Williams is working on Barilla.
Yeah, and the thing is you put all that effort and all those laps and all that time into getting around Trey, and then now you got to go right back around him again. You know what it took to get around him. There is an absolute battle here. We've got Smith, Barilla, Trey, and Clinton all in a four-way battle here, and Jason Williams just in front of him is not too far disconnected, so this could get really interesting for the podium. I'm not really good at race math here in the middle of it, but we'll see who's in after the race, who's second and third.
There we go, another look at Trey Williams right there.
As there's a little bit under power, it looked like, almost like his hand might have slipped off the throttle or something. Really under power there for a second.
And you can see Williams on the outside, working an outside line here versus Barilla.
Yeah, this is fun to watch. Look how they've stacked three wide. They're just trying to find that cleaner water. Sometimes, if you're a little ways back from the boat, the running directly behind them is a little bit better, because the boat in front of you is knocking down the waves, so it can make it flatter, but you've got to test it. That's why I'm all about testing one way or another. Try it a couple laps this way, a couple laps this way, and find out what the best mode is. You got 30 minutes to work it out.
Look at Trey working to the inside right now of Barilla.
Yeah, I think he's going to make a pass here pretty soon. Barilla's he better not look over his shoulder, because he's going to be trying to grip that throttle even harder.
And you can see Williams finding a clean line, trying to stay on the outside of the pump wash, being tossed up by Barilla.
And there, he is really letting it hang out there. He's starting to open up his lines and carry that speed a little bit more. I think on these AM boats, it's even more important than the pro boats, because not having that prop, not having that air intake, and just having the ECU tune, which is not really a lot of modification, you want to keep it as high in the R's and as close to the top end as you can, so you don't have to dip back down into the mid-range where you probably don't have all that much power.
Nice shot of Dominic Barilla right there.
He's looking great out there. Good for him, with sponsored by Arilla Construction. He looks really good. Still looks solid, not backing out of the throttle too much in the corner. So I think it's the water. I really think it chopping up. It's just lending well to that Cowie hole, and Dominic, he's great at it. Oh, here comes Trey. He's in full hunt mode, man. He is about to get this guy, I think.
That shark smells blood in the water.
Yeah, this shot here is really going to give it to us.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah, those two actually practice together down in South Florida.
So you're running on one of your bros here. So this is just like a practice session. So I'm pretty sure Trey probably knows what Dominic does here in the rougher water. So let's see if he can use that past knowledge for work here. That's kind of like an inter-squad scrimmage, you know, when you get to play your own team. You know a little bit more of their playbook.
And it looked like Trey Williams was actually trying to split the wakes because you can see he's got 4 boats in front of him.
Yeah, that's tough because sometimes when those wakes actually merge together, they'll make like a little mini double up, and you got to watch that peak, and it'll actually run you one way or another as you close up on the peak. If you hit and you start to cross over that peak, because of these deep V holes, they'll start to roll you to the outside and force you wider than you want.
Finlayton's starting to slow down a little bit. 1:57 lap time.
Man, he could go 2 minutes right now. 2:10. It doesn't matter. He's got a heck of a lead. We're going for a championship right now.
And we'll be seeing the white flag coming up here very soon, as we've got 30:36 on.
Man, what a shot of these guys. They're trying any and everything to make this passes stick. Look at this. This is starting to yank on this rider here. That's Trey.
That's Trey.
Standing up on that boat, looking good.
He's in the attack mode.
Yep. He's going to want to show him that bond rail. Show him that bond rail. Yeah. What a nice job. Oh, Dominic lets it hang.
Oh, side by side. Here comes Trey. Got out the broom, swept hard.
Oh, man.
And he's going to have position as he goes into the sweeper.
What a great ride by those two. Oh!
Another rider.
That was Smith. So Trey got 2 guys in that little section. That Smith made a bobble. You'll see how one of those bobbles, man, it changes up things so fast. He was so up into Jimmy Roberts' Trey that he had a little bobble, and Trey got a 2-for-1 special here on Sunday in Nassau.
I'll tell you what, that's hard to find in Nassau.
Look at this, man. Did Dominic get back by? Clinton. Oh, Clinton sweeping wide. He's actually making a. Man, I think Dominic got the short end of the stick there. That little bobble actually cost him the most out of everybody.
Oh, my goodness.
Poor guy. He was riding such a good race, and he got popped by 3 or 4 people there in the one little section.
Exciting racing. And again, I believe the white flag's going to be coming out this next time around.
He's got it in his hand. I see the flat guy. He's getting ready. He's itching to throw that thing.
Ryan Scaglione does a great job with the P1 Aquacross crew. And let's take a look at this again. Here's that pass. Look at that.
So Trey sets him up to the inside here, and you'll notice, I don't know if we're going to catch the full pan out of what actually happens, but Smith makes a big bobble.
Big bobble right there, boom. And he holds up Dominic, and Trey Williams.
Just enough, man.
It's hasta la bye-bye.
Yeah, and if you watch Trey ski, it just danced on that wake a little bit. It was really cool, man.
Great shot there by the camera crew.
Yeah, that was so cool to watch, man. Trey let that boat dance. It was really close to being. I wonder what it was going through his head, because he was almost into Matt's back of his seat there. He could have popped that thing right off. Look at Trey here running down. I think that's Roberts now. He needs to get by him and make a really final push for getting up into Jason Williams, because I don't know if he's got enough time. So here comes Trey here, man, setting up to the inside. I think he's going to do the same move he just did on Barilla. Nope, it's going to be sweep time here. He's looking really, really good. The white flag is out.
White flag is out now for Finlayton.
Trying to watch this battle come down the front straightaway here. It looks like Trey might get him in this chicane here if we can get this on the screen. Oh, yes, sir. Let's go wide and dip back underside. Dip on the inside. Dip, dip, dip. Let's go. Scoop. There it is.
That's right. When I dip, you dip, we dip.
There he goes. Oh, he just got a little over that wake. He crested that wake, popped into the middle of the wake, and didn't have enough traction to make it stick. Oh, what a good move there. He's going to get him, and I wonder if he knows that he's not on the lead lap. That's just tough, 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 man, because Jason, oh no, do we have something going on here?
Yeah, Barilla looked like he slowed way down.
Oh, man, a little tough luck here. Dude, Jimmy's got that lead on Trey. It looks like still, can't quite see who that is there on that shot.
Looks like it might be Williams. Or, yeah, I believe that's Jason Williams, still currently in second.
Wow, Jason looks really good, man. He stretched that lead back out a little bit more. We're back to, is that Finlayton there on that last lap, man? He's cruising, dude.
Yeah, he's standing up. You can see him across the harbor here from us.
Forward posture, leaning up over those bars, just really letting that boat dance underneath him. And at this point, he's basically riding a stand-up, just trying to get through the chop. Look how much he slows down for that corner. Look, check over his shoulder. Man, we're going to have to put blinders on that boy. Papa Fennelson, let's put some blinders on him, man. He don't need to know who's behind him. Let's look forward. He's cruising, man.
4 more buoys to go before this deal is in the books, and Finlayson takes home a world championship.
He could break right now, and I think he would still get it. The way he has his lead right now, he doesn't even need to finish. He'd get enough points for finishing last in this moto. This kid, man, look at him. Is this 13 for 13?
13 for 13, a baker's dozen.
Man, perfection. That's what this is. This is what perfection looks like in the amateur class. Ignite Racing Fuels, Jay Finlayson, number 55, the double nickel, man. What a ride by this kid. World champion.
Yeah, put your hands together for that kid right there.
Wow, what a rush. Let's pan back to the chicane here because we got Jason Williamson with Jimmy Roberts running up underneath him. Trey's going to throw everything. Oh, Jason goes wide.
Well, you know, he stands the buoy back up. Did you see that? I've never seen that before.
Oh, Trey almost got him. Wow. And he doesn't know that wasn't for position because he was a lap down. Yeah. I almost wonder where was the blue and yellow flag a little bit there, because that's a little bit of, I'd be a little frustrated when you miss that buoy early on and then you don't get to see that, man. That guy was a lap down the whole time. There was a race going on. He wasn't in it.
He wasn't in it, that's
you know,
for sure.
it wasn't for position. That would be something I would be kind of questioning there at the end.
Well, congratulations to that guy right there.
There's nothing to question.
13 out of the last 13.
Nothing to question about that, man. This is your world champion. Wow. Yeah, you're right. Is that pro card in the mail? Is the stamp licked and stick? Is it on its way to Indiana for that? Because it's time, man. It's time to move up.
All right, couple of more riders to come through. All right. Actually, that was the last one. I forgot we only got 8 in this.
Yeah,
we started
war
with,
of attrition, man.
War of attrition. Well, I believe Hani's calling for you to go over there and pass out a medal as Finlayson comes over here. My partner in crime, Tim Ducat's going to go over and talk with Jay Finlayson and see how it feels to go 13 for 13. Jumped in the tour a little bit late, not a lot of experience in P1 aquacross racing, but this kid shows that he knows and has got what it takes. Well, again, while he's running over there, we'd like to say a very special thanks to Short Block Technologies, HydroTurf, Yamaha, of course, Atlantis Beach Resort, Experience Kissimmee, Florida, and Daytona Beach. Thank you all for your support this year. And so once again, we're taking a look over the rails here as Finlayson walks up, and they're trying to advise him where to go as we're going to be over there at the VIP tent when Tim gives him his award. Once again, folks, don't forget that coming up next will be our 3rd and final Pro Enduro, but right now we're all saluting that kid right there, Jay Finlayson, boat number 55, all the way from Syracuse, Indiana. As we pointed out, sponsored by Ignite Racing Fuels and his father, Brian Finlayson. So Tim and Jay are working their way over there. Again, like I said, we want to remind everybody to stick around, that we are going to have our pro race coming up in just a couple of moments. We got some really great points battles there too. We'll talk about that as we get a little bit closer. Again, I'd like to say a very special thanks to each and every one of you for coming in and hanging out with us on the live stream. Mikey Young and Tim Ducat making the call here, and man, we're having a great time. And I got to say, I love working with Tim Ducat. Special thanks to all of our officials and, of course, our fearless leader, Michelle Petro, for everything and bringing us here to the Bahamas. Big shout out to Awesome, who's probably hanging out across the pond. And right now, I'm going to throw it over to Tim Ducat, who is standing by with your winner.
We're here with the ANS marketing representative to put the gold medal on Jay after that wonderful ride, man. How'd that feel, bro? I mean, to have that kind of a ride, to have this ride all season, what's going through your head? Do you realize how big of a deal this is?
It's very exciting. This was my first year doing this class, so I was pleased that
hey, Michelle.
Made me feel comfortable doing this race.
What time are we doing our pro race?
From the first round or anything like that?
No, I just 3:45 is what we were.
3:45? I love it, man. So, did you, when later in that race, you
knew how big of a lead you had, you were just kind of relaxing. We saw those lap times increasing. You were just chilling, right?
Yeah, I could tell that they were way behind me, so I just kept chilling and didn't want to risk making a mistake.
What did you think about that start when you were just behind Roberts? I thought we were going to get to see a little bit of battle. Were you worried that you went the wrong way, or did you just know, like, hey, man, that guy, sorry about it?
I'm going by you.
I noticed the court was a little tighter today, so I saw Jimmy make that turn and missed that buoy, but I knew where to go, so I was calm.
Awesome, man. You got any sponsors to thank today for this World Championship, man?
Ignite Racing helping us out, Short Track Trailers, Yamaha, Boating, and Jet Tribe.
Congratulations, man. Newest world champion in P1 Aquacross.
Thank you.
Well, congratulations once again to Jay Finlinson. Ladies and gentlemen that are listening in on the P1 Aquacross live stream, just to let you know, the Pro Enduro third and final race will be coming up. That'll be at 3:45 Eastern Standard Time. Once again, 3:45 Eastern Standard Time, Pro Endurance. So we're going to take a short pause for the cause, and we hope to see you back here at the 2022 P1 Aquacross World Championships at Atlantis here in Paradise Island, Bahamas. We'll be back.
Welcome to the world-famous Daytona Beach on Florida's Atlantic coast for the fourth round of the Aquacross Championship. We're getting close to the end of the season, so the intensity is ramping up, the action heating up, as every point matters in the quest for the overall championship. In Daytona, we'll see lots of action, lots of drama, intense competition, rain, sun, and of course, all the thrills and spills of Aquacross racing. Daytona has a famous long, sandy beach and is also the birthplace of NASCAR. Daytona Beach is known for the Daytona International Speedway, host of the legendary Daytona 500. The Hard Rock Hotel is one of the sponsors of this year's race in Daytona Beach, with the action taking place right in front of the hotel. All of the riders received a warm and friendly welcome and thoroughly enjoyed their stay at the Hard Rock Hotel. Daytona, we've got another field stacked with talent. The Pro class has 22 riders and 21 riders make up the field in the AM class. Let's take a look at some of the Pro riders to look out for in Daytona. James Wilson picked up the win in Michigan City and now sits at the top of the Pro Enduro Championship standings. He's got his eyes on another win in Daytona Beach.
I didn't expect to be where I am right now, just because the competition's so stiff, but I had a lot of things going my way. Michigan City, the water conditions were absolutely amazing for me. I love when it's crazy rough, and Saturday was awesome. And we just kept rolling a win into another win, into an overall, and now we're in Daytona, and I'm excited to go try to, stay on top.
Second place in the standings is Dustin Farthing. You can never count out the veteran Farthing. He's going to be a threat in any race.
Yeah, Daytona's a good race site. I've raced here for the last 30 years, and I've spent a lot of time on this water. It's good conditions, and it's a good place to race.
Third place in the standings, it's Erminio Iantosca, last year's champion, who had problems in Michigan City and couldn't take a podium spot there. Now he's looking for a win in Daytona to stay in the hunt for the championship.
We're fighting some boat issues and stuff, but we figured it out. That's part of racing. Still sitting, good in points, so right there towards the top, and gonna try to go out, get some good starts, ride smart, and hopefully take over back the points lead and lead into the final round in St. Pete with the lead.
There's a host of other contenders for this race. The likes of Tori Snyder, Devin Farthing, Christian Daly, and names like Camden Powell, Vanjie Ramjeet, Dennis Mack, and Christopher Landis will all be hoping to have a big say in who picks up the points in Daytona Beach.
We're good. We went to Poland in between these two rounds and raced in Poland and had a good time. Rebuilt our skis, got them all freshed up for these last two rounds, and super excited and ready to finish the championship off strong.
We've got a long course here in Daytona, which will prove to be a real test for the riders. We can expect conditions to change throughout each of the 3 races. Sometimes it'll be flat, sometimes rough, but always a massive test.
Daytona's always a good round. We're here at a different month, so the water conditions are a little bit different. That's a little bit flatter. We were hoping for it to be pretty rough. But still, I think the boats are going to be set up awesome. I'm ready to go. So I think Daytona is really going to show who's been training, whose boats are ready to roll. So I think it's going to be awesome.
The racing gets underway here at the Daytona Beach round of the AquaX Championship, and we'll start with race 1 in the AM class. Jay Finlayson, Moad Salih, Enrique Chia and Jason Williams are all battling hard for the lead. Moad Salih gets to the front and is trying to put some distance on the rest of the field. Number 618, Trey Williams, also looks to be having a good day here in race 1 in Daytona Beach. Jay Finlayson is going through the gears though and is really catching up with the race leader. Finlayson passes Salih and gains first position. Finlayson is really building that gap back to Salih and is working hard to protect his top position. In the battle for 3rd spot, Jason Williams is protecting the position well. And the checkered flag is out and Finlayson comes through and wins the race. In the AM 200 race, the win goes to number 13, Sam Nemi. Riders are ready for race 1 for the pros. We get the green flag and the race is underway. It's such a beautiful sight to see all of those riders lined up at the start and ready to battle for the whole shot. It's number 1 Erminio Ian Tosca who grabs the lead early on. Vanjie Ramjeet passes Ian Tosca though and is now the race leader with Christopher Landis in 3rd. Ian Tosca, Dustin Farthing and Landis are battling tightly for the 2nd spot. Christopher Landis is just slightly ahead though. Landis looks like he's managed to wrestle control of 2nd spot, but it's Ramjeet who still leads the race. And Ramjeet is putting on a masterclass here, and he's really putting the distance between himself and his main rivals here in race 1. James Wilson is behind Dustin Farthing, who's currently in 5th place. Dustin Farthing is starting to catch up with Ian Tosca, but Ian Tosca is doing a great job of protecting that 2nd spot. Number 300, James Wilson is behind Ian Tosca, but now Dustin Farthing passes Wilson and is getting closer to Ramjeet in 1st. Ramjeet is still the leader though, and he has a healthy gap on the rest of the field. Can he hold on to that lead throughout the rest of this race? What a battle we've got between Iron Tosca and Dustin Farthing. Who's going to come out on top of that one? Looks like an issue here for Christian Daly. He slows to a stop, but thankfully for him, he manages to get going again. The hard work pays off for Dustin Farthing as he catches Iron Tosca, makes the pass and grabs second spot. Now James Wilson passes Iron Tosca and moves into third position. A problem here for Iron Tosca. Looks like he's got an issue with the ski and is out of the race. He just has to watch as Landis rides past him. But now Landis has a problem. He stops but later manages to continue on, but he's lost his fourth position. Just to add to the drama here in Daytona Beach, heavy rain has rolled in, making conditions extremely tough out on the circuit. Because of that heavy rain, the red flag is out to bring race 1 to an end due to the weather conditions. But officially, the race will count because 70% of the race was completed, so Banjay Ramji gets first, Dustin Farthing second, and James Wilson third.
I felt really good, boats really fast, handling great. You know, DMAT Racing, Dean's team Yamaha is really hooking up out there and doing what it needs to do. I'm just keeping it pinned to the handlebars and doing as best as I can.
Race 2 for the AM class is about to get underway after some heavy Florida rain showers. It's Muad Sally who takes the advantage and he gets into first place. But a huge moment in lap 3 as Sally and Jay Finlayson collide in what looks like a really nasty crash. Unfortunately, that crash has resulted in an injury to Sally. He's broken his leg and has been taken to the hospital. Jay Finlayson thankfully is okay. Due to that crash and the heavy rain, the race has been cancelled for today and it will take place on the following day. And now on to that rescheduled race 2 for the AM class. Jason Williams is the man who will start race 2 in first. But it's Eric Diaz who manages to get into top spot with Jason Williams just behind him. Now we've got a battle for first between Jay Finlayson and Eric Diaz. Jay Finlayson finally manages to get into first position and he is not going to want to give away that top spot. But at the checkered flag, Jay Finlayson hangs on and finishes in first. Eric Diaz is second, Jason Williams third, Joe Johnson fourth, and Trey Williams finishes fifth. In the AM 200 category, Sam Nemi again finished in first.
Feels good. Was out there. It was a little bit rougher than yesterday, but I just kept it together, stayed smooth, and came out in first place.
So everything is set and we are ready to go with race 2 for the pros. James Wilson with a superb start. Dustin Farthing comes from the back and is in a big battle for the whole shot with James Wilson. Torrey Snyder is in the mix as well. He's right behind Wilson. But it's James Wilson who manages to take the whole shot. Wilson still leads the field. Devon Farthing is also not too far back. Daly and Iron Tosca are next to Devon Farthing though. Christian Daly with a nice pass on Dustin Farthing. But Farthing doesn't want to give up that spot and makes a pass and regains the position on the straight. So James Wilson is first and Torrey Snyder is just behind him. Snyder getting up close and personal to Wilson there, but Wilson manages to hold the position and keep Snyder in second for now. But Snyder is starting to find his rhythm here in race 2 and executes the pass on Wilson on the straight. Christian Daly now just behind Wilson and looking for his opportunity to make a pass. Daly's trying to pass Wilson, but Wilson manages to hold on to his place. Devin Farthing looks to have some problems with this ski. He's managed to continue but has lost lots of positions. Disaster for Snyder as his race comes to an end, and that is a real shame for him. Wilson and Daly cruise past the stricken Tory Snyder. Now we've got a duel for first between Daly and Wilson, but Wilson is doing everything right and holding off the challenge of Daly. We're on to the last lap. It's Wilson in first, Daly in second, Dustin Farthing in third. Come on. And as race 2 comes to an end, it's James Wilson who finished the race in first and picks up the 25 points. Christian Daly is second, Dustin Farthing is third, and Camden Powell finished in fourth.
Really good. Honestly, it's super hot today and it's really rough today. I'm glad the weather, the surf conditions changed, it picked up. This is what I live for. I love this stuff. It's hard. I mean, we have the best of the best out here. You got Dustin Farthing, you got Christian Daly, Tory Snyder, Devin Farthing, Arminio Ariantosco, all these guys, and I'm out here competing with them, and I'm just having fun. I'm here with my kid and my mom and dad, and the whole Broward Motorsports team's like family, and just having fun in life. So can't thank you guys enough for this one.
Now all eyes are set on race 3. In race 3 in the AM class, there's a big battle for the whole shot between Jason Williams and Jay Finlayson. Jason Williams and Jay Finlayson are both working hard to try and get into that top position. Then in the first lap, Jay Finlayson manages to pass number 23, Jason Williams. 207 Matthew Smith and 91 Joe Johnson are both attacking hard and looking for that second spot, but Jason Williams manages to hold them off. Number 91 Joe Johnson manages to pass the 207 biker Smith and then the number 23 Jason Williams and moves into second, showing great skill. In the AM 200 class, it's Sam Nemi who leads the charge. So it's Jay Finlayson still in first, Joe Johnson in second, and Matthew Smith in third. Trey Williams gets past Smith and moves into third place. After the success in Michigan City, Jay Finlayson makes it 3 race wins in 3 and also picks up the overall here in Daytona Beach. So the results for race 3 in the AM 300 class. First goes to Jay Finlayson, second to Joe Johnson, Trey Williams in third, Tim Hickman in fourth, Matthew Smith in fifth. In the AM 200, the win went to Sam Nemi.
I feel good. I came out with 3 wins in each moto, and I think that's the best thing I could have done.
Absolutely incredible job. Yeah, I never seen anything like it. That Jay was just on fire all weekend long. Like I said, I really never was able to even get close to him. He's come out of the box to never run this offshore surf stuff like this, to come out to a P1 race and win back-to-back and pretty well smoke this field. That's a pretty serious performance. So congratulations to him. Keep up the good work. I'm proud of you, Jay. Pretty impressive run.
The AM 200 overall first place, Sam Nemi, second, Kevin Sullivan, and third, Johan Ferron. And And the final overall for the AM 300, top spot going to Jay Finlayson, second to Eric Diaz, third to Jason Williams, fourth to Joe Johnson, and fifth to Trey Williams. Race 3 for the pros, and it's the decider for the overall here in Daytona Beach. Can Wilson get his second win to grab the overall, or can some of the other names like Dustin and Devin Farthing or Christian Daly find their way into top spot in race 3? The race is on. Dustin Farthing leads, but James Wilson is just behind him. Devin Farthing is struggling towards the back, but it's number 79, Dustin Farthing, who gets the whole shot. Christopher Landis there making the pass on Erminio Ian Tosca. Landis and Ian Tosca make their move and pass James Wilson and Tori Snyder. In first position, it's Dustin Farthing. Second is Landis. Third is Ian Tosca. Devin Farthing finds a really good pace to move towards the front of the race and is now in fourth, chasing Ian Tosca. A little further down, James Wilson in fifth, Daly in sixth, and Tori Snyder in seventh. Christian Daly manages to pass Wilson to move up to fifth place. Ian Tosca and Devin Farthing pass Landis, so now it's Ian Tosca in second, Devin Farthing in third, Landis in fourth. Now Tori Snyder makes a charge and moves past Wilson. He's now in fifth, with Wilson dropping down to sixth. The race leader is still the same. It's number 79, Dustin Farthing. Ian Tosca still has second place. Devin Farthing is just behind him though and trying to catch him. A little further behind, Wilson is still losing positions. Camden Powell gets past him and Wilson is now in 8th position. Devin Farthing has caught a big wave in lap 3 and that's put a temporary halt to him chasing Ian Tosca. A battle is unfolding between Landis and Daly for 4th place, and Daly manages to pass Landis, so now he makes 4th place his own. After Devin Farthing's crash on the wave, Daly is now trying to catch him. Daly manages to pass him, but Farthing is not giving up. He's still pushing hard to stay in 3rd.
Let's go, Devin!
The Farthing family are on the beach cheering for Devin and giving him great encouragement from the shore. A little further back, Camden Powell manages to pass Landis and Tori Snyder and is now in 5th place. Devin Farthing again manages to pass Daly, and now he sets his sights on Ian Tosca. Snyder has caught up with Camden Powell, but Powell is fast and he's held on to 4th place. Devin Farthing is absolutely flying here and he's managed to pass Ian Tosca. What racing from Farthing! Now in 1st and 2nd, it is the father-son duo of Dustin and Devin Farthing. Tori Snyder has some mechanical problems and unfortunately he can't finish the race. A huge fall for 82 Dent, but thankfully he is okay. The Farthing family are trying to say to Dustin to stay calm. don't push it too hard. And at the checkered flag, the Farthing family finishes in style. First place to Dustin, second to Devin. In third, it was Ian Tosca, and fourth goes to Camden Powell. So the race 3 results here in Daytona Beach. First to Dustin Farthing, second to Devin Farthing. Erminio Ian Tosca finishes third, Camden Powell fourth, James Wilson fifth. And now the overall results for the pros. With that win in race 3, the overall goes to Dustin Farthing, second to James Wilson, third to Vanjay Ramji, fourth to Camden Powell, and fifth to Devin Farthing.
I still beat him. I had to let him get his last win in before he retires.
It was a great race. You know, I got a bad start, so I had to work my way from the back, but you know, the rough conditions really helped me out, so I could work my way up to second place and finish behind my dad.
I felt good. I rode good, got a good start for the first time pretty much this year. I've been kind of sleeping on my starts in the previous, and that one I got a good start and rode good. It was rough, which is conditions that I like, and I was able to go from the whole shot to the win all 30 minutes.
Leading the way in the championship after Daytona Beach is James Wilson. Second is Dustin Farthing, and third is last year's winner, Erminio Ian Tosca. We'll see you for the next round in St. Petersburg, Florida.
And Dustin, Vanjie, and Jimmy showing you how they got that pole shot award.
Hello, let me tell you about me. I am the one that draws you in as I speak. Come close, I'll wipe the tear from your cheek.
Welcome to St. Petersburg, Clearwater in Florida. The final round of the 2022 USA AquaCross Championship, where the top 12 will progress to the P1 AquaCross World Championships in the Bahamas.
And I'm stuttering now. Let me tell
This race is taking place alongside the P1 Offshore Championship for Superstocks, Supercats, and the mighty Class 1. A feast of action is taking place on the waters of the Gulf of Mexico this weekend.
I've talked with the devil, brought him down to his knees. Let me tell you about me, about your favorite song.
St. Pete Clearwater is famous for its award-winning pristine white sand beaches and emerald green Gulf waters on a sunny peninsula separating the Gulf of Mexico from Tampa Bay. Only 90 miles from Orlando, making this a perfect spot for a vacation for all the family.
I said hello, let me tell you about me.
With a vibrant social and artistic scene, St. Pete has it going on. The excellent dining, bars and shopping means entertainment and activities are never in short supply. There's enough to keep the most active of visitors busy at all times. The cultural scene in St. Pete is also famous for its incredible murals and street art, as well as a thriving local art community and of course some world-class museums. The Museum of Fine Arts has art from all ages, and the world-famous Dali Museum houses the largest collection of the famed Surrealist works outside of Spain. This part of Florida is a sporting paradise. With its excellent year-round climate, St. Pete Clearwater is ideal for all sorts of water sports, including kayaking, paddleboarding, and of course, marine motorsports. There's something for everyone, and it's all watchable from up close on St. Pete's new pier, with the Pier Tiki restaurant overlooking the weekend's action.
This is probably my favorite venue. Just right off the pier, it's beautiful. The town's awesome. Food. It's great to be back for sure.
Good. I love St. Pete. It's cool to be downtown. I like how you can pit right here. It's a short idle out. It's a good venue to watch from the pier. So all in all, I enjoy St. Pete, and it's close to my house, so that's a perk. And you know, St. Pete's always been good, so enjoy the weekend, and we'll go from there.
I'm stuck here stuttering on.
The course is great, you know, big track, keeps some high speeds, and light chop, you know, everyone's bouncing around and it spaces everyone out, but for passing it was great, you know, I had a good time.
Like I say, it's really fast. There's a lot of close racing going on, which makes it fun. Normally, you know, it's so rough you can't really go bond rail to bond rail, but this weekend in St. Pete, it's going to be really interesting, that's for sure.
Coming into the last round of the US Aquacross season, James Jimmy Wilson has been the man to catch in the latter half of the season. With wins in Michigan City and a second place in Daytona Beach, Wilson has been on form and comes into the final round of the series with a healthy lead in the championship. Another strong performance here in St. Pete Clearwater, and the championship will be his.
To be leading is insane. You know, this is kind of a pipe dream for me, so I'm super excited, and it comes with some stress and some pressure for sure coming to the last round because I want to win. But you know, I mean, I've accomplished more than I thought I would my first year here in P1, and I'm excited, and we're ready to go do battle and try to come out here a champion this year.
Tori Snyder has been picking up points all season long after starting the series with a second place finish in Kissimmee St. Cloud. After a few problems in Daytona, where he only picked up 23 points, he might need Wilson to have a mechanical issue or two if he wants to take home the championship. Snyder is a man who always leaves it all out on the water, and he'll want to finish the season in style with a strong performance. Father and son duo Dustin and Devin Farthing have been consistent all season. They both have the skill to step up and pick up podium performances in any race and can never be counted out. Dustin Farthing will be riding with extra confidence after the win in Daytona and will likely be a threat again this weekend in St. Pete Clearwater.
Just go out and, you know, try to win, try to get as many good points as I can for the weekend, and, you know, just get a good start and get up front and, you know, try to ride consistent, but also, you know, smart, try to push and, you know, build as many points as we can.
You know, 5th place is a solid spot in the standings considering it's my first year, and coming into this weekend, I'm hoping to just get a win for the weekend, you know, my first of the year, and finish the year off strong.
Also, keep an eye out for the likes of Christian Daly, Vanjay Ramjeet and Erminio Ian Tosca.
Yeah, you know, I'm in third. I can still win. I just have to have a good weekend, so I'm going to try to get good starts, go out there, ride smart, and still try to pull this off. So we'll see, you know. Nothing, you know, it's not over till it's over.
All three have hit podiums this season and will be aiming for a strong finish in this final race. In the AM 300 class, the clear favourite is number 55, Jay Finlayson. He's won the last 2 races in Michigan City and Daytona Beach and looks like he's the man to beat in St. Pete Clearwater. In race 1, Finlayson and number 143, Tyler Erith, had a close battle from the start, but it's Finlayson who takes the lead and gets the whole shot. There's a problem for 207 Matthew Smith, one of the championship contenders. He's crashed and finds himself in the water. Joe Johnson, number 91, has been pushing hard all race long, trying to challenge Finlayson for the lead, but Finlayson is riding strongly and manages to stay out in front. At the end of race 1, it's the favourite Jay Finlayson who stays strong and comes through to take the checkered flag and the win. The top three in the AM 300 class first went to Jay Finlayson, second to Trey Williams, and third to Joe Johnson.
Came out with the first place. Had a real good lead, so decided to take it off a little bit. And then the next thing you know, there's no power to it, so now we have to get wrenching.
Pro Race 1 gets underway and the riders charge from the start looking to grab the hole shot. 116 Vanjay Ramjeet and 777 Juan Lezcano are battling hard from the off, aiming to grab that top spot in the early stages of Race 1. Ramjeet takes the hole shot, but Lezcano manages to pass him, but he's gone in the wrong direction, so Ramjeet hangs on to first position. Tori Snyder is chasing hard, looking to get past Lezcano, but Lezcano is finding the rhythm and manages to hang on to second place. Snyder and championship leader Jimmy Wilson are going toe-to-toe for third place. Snyder holds on though and makes third place his own for now. Christian Daly finds the rhythm from further back and gets up into third place. He's now got his sights set on Lezcano up ahead in second. Lezcano is on a bit of a charge here and passes the early leader Ramjeet to move into first place. Now it's 105 Christian Daly who has really found the rhythm in this race. He looks like he's the fastest man out on the water and looking like he could challenge for top spot. There's a problem out on the circuit and the yellow flags are flying with a rider down and in the water. Christian Daly is flying and building more and more speed. He's closing in on first place. Big drama as race leader Juan Lezcano crashes and the fastest man on the water, Christian Daly, blasts past and into first. The race comes to an end and it's 105 Christian Daly who crosses the line to take the win in race 1. And crossing the line in second place is the ever-experienced rider, Dustin Farthing. The results from a dramatic first moto here in St. Pete, Clearwater. Christian Daly takes the win ahead of Dustin Farthing. Third place goes the way of Tori Snyder, fourth to James Wilson, and rounding out the top 5 was the early race leader, Vanjay Ramjeet.
It was awesome. We didn't get an amazing start, but we just slowly worked our way through the field. As the moto went on, it roughened up pretty good. I think I played into our favor because we had a Sea-Doo up in the front, so I think it got a little out of hand for him. But all in all, we rode strong. The team prepped an amazing boat. Just super pumped to get this Moto 1 win.
It's all to play for as race 2 is about to get underway under stunning clear skies. We're off with race 2 in the AM class. It's an explosive start from Jay Finlayson, the race 1 winner. He blasts off the line and into first almost as soon as the race gets going. Big drama early on for Joe Johnson. The man who finished third in race 1 looks like he's got a mechanical issue and could be out of the race. A heartbreaking moment for Johnson.
Yeah. We were running second. We actually had a pretty good start. We were able to take the lead actually on the start run. Then Finlayson got inside me going through turn 2, I guess. And as we were coming onto the chicane there on the front stretch, I hit a wave and I bounced into the buoy. The counterweight underneath the buoy came up, hit the bottom of the hull, and it just destroyed the hull, cracked it in pieces.
It's still Finlayson out in the lead with 618 Trey Williams behind him in second place. Tim Hickman on the 161 ski with a burst of speed passes 303 Frankie Mojica. Jimmy Roberts has his hand in the air and it looks like he's got a problem and is out of the race. But as we reach the finish line, Jay Finlayson looks untouchable. and he crosses the line to go 2 from 2 here in St. Pete, Clearwater. Just one more race to go for Finlayson to make it the perfect weekend. So it's Finlayson with the win, Trey Williams again in second place. Domenico Barilla moves from 5th in race 1 to finish 3rd in race 2. It's time for the pros to get ready and head out onto the water for their second moto. Can Christian Daly back up the win in race 1 with another solid showing, or will it be another rider who steps up in race 2? Also racing here is Sophie Francis, the wife of the late great Eric Francis. Eric Francis won the opening round of the series before tragically losing his life in an endurance race back in June. Francis remains much missed by everyone in the aquacross community. The Pro Enduro class gets underway with everyone charging hard from the start. Ian Tosca, last year's champion, doesn't get the best of starts, but one man who does is Jimmy Wilson. Wilson was 4th in race 1 and is looking to improve on that in race 2. But it's Tori Snyder who grabs first place. Race 1 winner Christian Daly is in 2nd, with Camden Powell and Dustin Farthing battling for 3rd. Snyder, who was 3rd in race 1, needs another strong performance here, and he could be in with a chance of the overall. Snyder completes the start lap in 1st place, but there is a long way to go in this race. Right now it's Landis in 2nd place. He was 8th in race 1, and of course we'll be wanting to improve on that now we're back out again on the water. James Wilson is running in 3rd, with Devin Farthing moving nicely in 4th. Wilson just needs to keep that boat moving and near the top of the standings, and the championship could be his. We've got a tight battle for 5th between Dennis Mack and Erminio Ian Tosca. Ian Tosca took the overall win in Sarasota, but the latter half of the championship hasn't seen him pick up the points he needs to defend his 2021 title. Still in the lead is Tori Snyder, with Christian Daly in 2nd. Can Snyder hold on to take the win, or will Daly be able to move up into 1st and repeat his race 1 victory? Dustin Farthing had a solid race 1 to finish in 2nd, but he's had problems over the first couple of laps in race 2, and sadly he's not going to be able to finish the race. No change in the top positions. Snyder is still in the lead, with Daly in 2nd and Wilson in 3rd. Devin Farthing running well in 4th. Devin Farthing makes a great pass on Jimmy Wilson, but now Jimmy Wilson passes Christian Daly and he moves back into 3rd. But now race 1 winner Christian Daly is having some issues and he's dropped back several positions. Huge moment here in the quest for the overall win. Will Daly be able to pick up enough points to still have a chance of the overall going into race 3? Tori Snyder is still leading, but Devin Farthing is on a mission to try and catch him. The white flag is waving, which means only 1 lap to go in race 2. Huge moment in this race as Tori Snyder crashes and Devin Farthing storms past to take the lead. A massive shame for Snyder. He's been leading for most of the race but crashes on the very last lap. He needs to try and get on board quickly and not drop too many more positions. A glorious moment though for Devin Farthing as he comes across the line to take the checkered flag and the win in race 2. Thankfully, Snyder was able to get back on the ski and get moving again quickly to finish the race in 3rd place. After another race full of huge moments, it was Devin Farthing who took the win. Wilson finished in 2nd place with Tori Snyder hanging on to 3rd. 4th went to Camden Powell, with 5th belonging to Anthony Radicic.
Great start. I came out in about 5th place, and just the whole race I was pushing because this is the last race of the year, so I knew if I tried my hardest I could get it, and I ended up passing everyone up to the last lap and came away with my first moto win of the year.
It's time for the final races of the season. The AM class are ready to go, and from the office, that man Jay Finlayson, who quickly grabs the lead. Eric Diaz is in second. Joe Johnson and Trey Williams are just behind the early race leaders. Can anyone deny Finlayson a hat-trick of wins here in St. Pete Clearwater? Finlayson has looked absolutely untouchable this weekend. Trey Williams gets past Joe Johnson and up into third place. And now Trey Williams gets past Eric Diaz to move up into second. Matthew Smith now moves past Joe Johnson. Smith is charging here. He's got past Eric Diaz, who's starting to drop back after a great start in this third race. At the end of the race, though, it's Jay Finlayson who takes the checkered flag to go 3 from 3 in St. Pete Clearwater, winning the race and taking home the overall. The results from race 3, Finlayson again takes the win. Second place goes to Trey Williams and third to Matthew Smith. In the overall, it is of course Finlayson who takes it. A hat-trick of second place finishes for Trey Williams brings him second, and third in the overall goes to Domenico Barilla. The pros now head out onto the water for one final time before we head to the Bahamas. And we get underway. It's Devin Farthing and James Wilson who are flawless out there, racing hard to see who can take the coveted hole shot. It's Wilson who bags the hole shot, but Devin Farthing is just behind, and the race 2 winner is not going anywhere. Behind the early leaders is Ian Tosca, and next to him is Dave Davidson. And they both got Dustin Farthing for company. After the first lap, it's James Wilson in the lead with Devin Farthing behind him in second place. There's a close battle between two experienced riders. Ian Tosca and Dustin Farthing are neck and neck, but it's Ian Tosca who manages to hold on to the position. Snyder had a heartbreaking moment in race 2, but he's pushing hard and moves past Ian Tosca to land in third place. He's found his rhythm here and he'll be hoping he can push on up through the field. Now it's Christian Daly who's got his set sight on Ian Tosca. Ian Tosca appears to be struggling in the rough water, and Daly gets past him, so Christian Daly is now running in fourth place. It's not going to plan out on the water for Ian Tosca. Jonathan Dent gets past him, followed by Christopher Landis. Problems again for Tory Snyder. He's stopped but manages to get going again quickly. Devin Farthing had come to a stop and Ian Tosca got past him. He's close with Dustin and manages to get past Dustin Farthing. James Wilson is having his best race of the weekend and still holds on to the lead. Camden Powell has got an issue here. He was fourth in race 2, but it looks like he's not going to be able to finish race 3. At the front of the race, we've got a huge battle between the two teammates, James Wilson and Christian Daly. It's neck and neck between them, with the lead changing between these exceptional riders. But finally, Daly makes a move that sticks, and he takes the lead, pushing Wilson down to second. Now Devin Farthing finds the speed he needs after coming to a stop earlier in the race. He's now past Ian Tosca and up into fourth position. On to the last lap, and Christian Daly powers across the line to take the win in race 3. But as Wilson crosses the line in second, it caps a superb weekend as he wins the overall and the 2022 AquaX Championship. The results from Moto 3, Christian Daly your race winner with James Wilson in second. Third went to Tory Snyder, fourth to Devin Farthing, and fifth position again goes to Anthony Radicic.
I believe so. It was awesome. It was a tough moto. We didn't get a super amazing start. We're gonna work our way through the pack a little bit. There were some people I had my eye on in order to get the spot that I wanted. So we did that. That's what we did. We went out, took care of business, and that's awesome. I'm super happy. Jimmy got the championship. I mean, it's amazing. The dude's second year, super talented. Boats are amazing. He was super consistent. He's an awesome rider. Couldn't be more happy for him. And I'm just super pumped that our team is sitting up on the top 3.
The overall results in the Pro Enduro class, and it was tight. The win going to James Wilson with 55 points. Just 2 points behind were Christian Daly in second, with the wins in race 1 and race 3 to break the tie with Devin Farthing in third. Fourth goes to Tori Snyder and fifth to Anthony Radicic.
Super surreal, man. Like, I can't believe it. Broward Motorsports, you know, the whole team, the mechanics, you know, down to the driver, everybody, my parents, you know, Ashley, making us breakfast and everything. I mean, it's super cool to be a part of this team and my first full year here at P1 and bring home a championship. So I'm super stoked. Can't believe it.
You know, I'm going into the Bahamas hoping to win. I know I have the speed and I have the potential. I just need to keep it together and I can get the overall.
I think we're looking pretty good going to the Bahamas. We've got a lot of fast boats, a lot of fast riders going to be showing up, so it should be a really good showing.
I had a good weekend, man. The team they build a great ski and makes it easier for me to just pull the trigger and go have some fun. So it's awesome to win the weekend and come out of the year with the #1 spot. So this is huge.
That brings the US AquaCross Season Championship to a close. Next time out, we're heading to the Bahamas for the P1 AquaCross World Championship.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the 2022 P1 AquaCross World Championships here at Atlantis on Paradise Island. Our final race of the season. Mike Young along with Tim Ducat. Tim, we'll talk about the points here momentarily. How you doing?
I'm doing great, man. Just to get to experience this weekend here at Atlantis with my family. I mean, from watching the sea turtles get fed to swimming in the pool, taking amazing photos with the family all over the grounds, man. This has been an absolute blast. And then to get to watch World Championship racing on top of that, I mean, you can't get better than that.
All right, well, take a look at this. Coming into this final race, Chris McCluggage with 44 points. Tori Snyder with 41 points. Christian Daly with 40 points. James Wilson with 37 points. It's anybody's race. Boogity, boogity, boogity. It's just about time to go racing.
And they might bring new meaning to the saying. If you ain't first, you're last here in this race. You're going to have to get that dub to get the championship.
Oh, I'll tell you, you can see everybody's amped up out there. As we get ready to start this one, you can see some guys trying to slingshot there from the inside, the middle. They're not going to let them do that. You seen them start way back there, and they're going to get that full head of speed. So
that looks like Sophie closest to us here on the line. We're focused in on Christian Daly and Jimmy Wilson there on the 79. He actually had a boat swap in the last moto. Both those guys have really battled it out. Jimmy ended up beating Christian in that last race, but he had about a foot of water in his boat, he said, when he got done. So to do that, here we go.
All right, we're off and away here. Final race of the 2022 P1 AquaCross season, the World Championships here in the harbor.
Man, this is one of the best shots in all of racing. Seeing this long of a run, this mile run, everybody going wide open, it's just so cool to take a real peek at. I'm trying to get that number. It looks like Mac attack.
Mac.
Wow. He took that corner viciously. That was a really hard left that he took.
It looked like his elbow actually hit the buoy.
Man, what a great start there. Those two, the Mac to get a jump like that. I think I saw Jimmy Wilson from the other side too. We'll see when the numbers come back by, but he looked like he got an absolute great start.
There's a great shot of them getting ready to go up that back straightaway and headed toward the bridge. You can see beautiful Atlantis Resort there in the background.
Look at that, man. That skyline is the best that can get it for a jet ski or a personal watercraft race.
And that's it. So Chris McCluggage out in front with the hole shot here on the final race of the season. Comes into this one the points leader, and those 5 points that he earned during qualifying has helped him and propelled him into the lead.
You know, we talked about Jimmy switching on to Dustin Farthing's boat into this moto after the issues he had. I know Dustin historically likes a boat that really hunts on the nose, really hooked up boat. I wonder if Jimmy did any handling changes to that boat or left it the way that he likes. It looks like Tori Snyder. We got the 1-2, the 1-2 position, just like we had last moto. It goes Mac, Snyder, and then that's definitely a Broward boat there in 3rd and 4th and 5th. It's a Broward party, and it looks like Sophie just outside of that. What a great start for Sophie Francis and Anthony Radetich on the Sea-Doo, who actually took a 5th last moto. This is one heck of a start for him. Looks like it might be Chris Landis just behind them, so a great top 7 start for those guys.
And you can see that right here in that front straightaway where they come through that chicane, nothing but jet spray.
Yeah, man, it actually looked like there might have been a little contact between VJ and one other boat there in that straight. They bounced outside and drove right back across that line. That was a great move by him.
So you can see Tori Snyder now working an outside line as they try to chase down McCluggage, another one of the Broward boats right there. Currently in 3rd place.
Yeah, I think that was possibly, I'm going to go ahead and say that's Christian just by the line he took. We'll see when it comes back. It was a creative line, stepping way out. Look at him again, rounding this line out. You see how far he's about 4 or 5 boat lengths wide of that. He's really arcing that line. He's going to drive by this buoy and really close the door on this.
Exactly, trying to sweep hard and gain a position.
Man, that glare is nuts there.
Right. Yeah, it's actually the sun's coming in from right in the west, right into our tent. We're trying to watch the screen here and watch what's happening out there. Right now, McCluggage with about a 3-second lead as he heads through the chicane up here on the east side of the track, headed toward the bridge.
And what a ride so early on in this moto by him. It looks like the battle between these couple Broward boats is already going to start heating up just behind Tori as well. That looks like we're focusing in on Arminio Iantosca, who we haven't got a chance to talk about a lot lately over the weekend, but he is always fast, so if he gets a chance to go move up to the front, he's going to be a power to be reckoned with.
Yeah, Iantosca, last year's national champion here at P1 Aquacross. McCluggage hitting the brakes, dives in. Gets ready to come down that front straightaway, still with Snyder in tow, and there is boat number 79. That's Jimmy Wilson.
Yeah, so Jimmy back in front of Christian there. So we got Jimmy in 3rd, Christian in 4th. That looks like still... Oh, that's Arminio, I think, in that position. Then Sophie just behind her. So we got Sophie and Radetich rounding out those top few positions.
Yeah, Radetich having a great finish on that last race on the Devil Deuces out there, with a 4th place finish.
Yeah, I think 4th or 5th on the Sea-Doo, man. What a great ride by him to get that 5th place finish. He's really looking good this weekend.
Taking a look at the boats working their way down the back straightaway and headed toward the marina there.
Man, I think Jimmy's really changed up what he's doing here. If that's him in front of Christian, man, he's really opened up his lines. That's a little bit different than we've been watching these last few races.
Well, he's on Farthing's boat,
yep.
That backup boat, and Farthing opted out for this one.
Yeah, I wonder what they did with the handling package, if they left it the same as Dustin. Jimmy said earlier this week he was the only rider that was in town, so he actually got to test Christian's, Dustin, and his boat, so he got a good feel for how everybody likes their setup.
You know, and we were talking about it yesterday, you know, a lot of the guys choosing to go with the FX instead of the GP boat.
Yeah, except for Mac, who's been putting that GP out front. He said that was one of the reasons why it looks like he's backing out of the throttle. It's just the way that hull settles going into the corner. It's just a real straight line fast ski, and he's putting it to use. The wind's kicking up. He's looking really, really good right now.
Yeah, trying to keep that GP 1800 hooked up as he circumnavigates the turn up there by the bridge and gets ready to head into the hairpin right here in front of announcing.
We're looking at Arminio right now. I know he's got a lot of pent-up aggression now to take out on some guys. He's feeling fresh. He didn't say he was sore at all this morning, and that's good after a full day of racing to not have any kinks in your neck or anything like that. Arm sore, trap sore, and feeling fresh on a day like today is a good stuff.
Yeah, especially the 3rd race.
Yeah, man. to be able to be fresh and stay in the 3rd race, that's money there.
Well, Tori Snyder still in that 2nd place position out there on the powder blue 110. So you got McCluggage McCluggage first lap turned in a 1:41.24 lap time, and that shows you how rough it is out here.
It really is.
Yesterday during qualifying, a 1:21
wow.
change, so 20 seconds.
That's crazy to think that water difference can do that. That's what we talked about. This is how this sport's so much different than any other sport. The course conditions can change lap to lap. You know, in between buoys, it can even change. You can have a ridge underneath the water that, you know, is causing a little kick up, and you never know what's going to come on a personal watercraft race on the course.
So what we got here on our leaderboard, we got McCluggage out in front, followed by Snyder, and that's Ian Tosca they have out there in third, followed by Christian Daly, boat number 105 in fourth, and Jimmy Wilson, boat number 79 in the fifth place.
I think that might be a little goofed up. That number one boat is definitely Arminio there in positions behind those two. It's Jimmy and Christian battling just in front of him. It looks great, man. Max already kind of stretched this out a little bit. Him and Tori are actually starting to walk away a little bit from third and fourth. This is something I wouldn't have expected to see this early on in the race.
Well, I'll tell you, I think that Mac is really amped up. Knowing that he came into this one, the points leader. This is he hasn't been racing P1 Aquacross all year, and I think that he just wants to show everybody that he's still got it, and he is the GOAT.
What can you imagine? He pulls this off after kind of taking the season off and just kicking off the dust and getting in here and just showing these boys what it's all about.
You know, he's been traveling a lot with his son, Mac, and he's been winning, the sport bike races. They've been traveling around. And I heard a crazy rumor last night that he's actually thinking about moving to Spain.
Oh, wow.
He's actually thinking about moving to Spain just to help Mac out with his sport bike career.
Man, these guys are looking great early on. All those Broward boats trying to put a little distance there to the D-Mac racing boat of Sophie Francis. You got Anthony Radetich coming by there too, looking amazing.
There's Ian Tosca right there, boat number one, just to the left-hand side of your screen.
Yeah, Jimmy Wilson tracking on him just outside of that. He's really stepped out that line. He looks like he's trying to carry a little bit wider lines here. Christian Style directly in Arminio's wake there.
And Sophie Francis looking for her best finish here this weekend as she's been plagued with gremlins on boat number 911, currently in sixth place.
Yeah, that's an awesome ride for her to start out this race. And I know if I know anything about her, she's in shape. She's going to push, and the pace is not going to fall off. She trains her butt off. She's one of the best cardiovascular in shape people on this tour.
Well, taking a look at your leaders out there. Your leader, once again, McCluggage, this time turning in a 1:43.88 lap. And it looks like Snyder only 2.5 seconds behind your leader.
Yeah, you don't want to lose much more ground than this. He's got to stay connected, or it's going to be something where it's going to be an insurmountable lead unless he does a mistake.
Well, one of the things you got to remember is 25 points for first, 20 for second. So if Snyder can get a hold of or get past McCluggage, that could give him the title. But again, long time left to go.
Yeah, he's got to get that position if he's want a shot at here. It's a winner take all kind of thing between those two. So he knows what's on the table. He knows what's available for his taking. He's young. He's hungry to get this world championship and just his second full year of racing pro. I mean, it'd be one heck of an accomplishment.
Well, you know, the one thing about Tori Snyder that impressed me, the first time he ever came out for P1 Aquacross was Daytona last year, and he won.
Yeah, man.
His first race ever.
I was in that race, and that was just absolutely amazing to watch, to have that kind of pace right off the back and to be able to run with these guys. Coming from a guy that's done this for a few years, and it just that pace was just not ever there for me. Wow, look at this line these guys are carrying. He's really tight to the buoy there, that inside rider. And man, he squared that off and kept it on the inside. That's nuts to watch, to carry that inside line on the entrance and the exit. Wow, the drone footage of these guys battling on the top right-hand side of the course is giving us a good vantage point of just how far separated they are.
Again, some great racing going on here, but the wind's starting to kick up.
Yeah, man, this is some rougher water. It looks like I just saw somebody throw a hand up there for a second on the screen. Who is that that's breaking down?
Oh, is that McCluggage? It's McCluggage.
Oh, no. There goes a world championship out the window. Oh, my goodness. Tori's going to, if he can just hold it together for this moto, he might have himself a world title. McCluggage underpowered on the back straight, but it looks like Tori's looking really solid. He's got to be hooting. I would love to be inside of his helmet right now. He's got to be going crazy.
Nah, there's a couple of expletives going on.
But the good ones. Poor guy, McCluggage, man. It's such tough work to get the equipment to run this many motos in a row. And now it looks like Sophie's going to blow by him here. Oh, gosh. Nope, look, McCluggage's boat clear back out, so maybe it was just something that was temporarily an issue. He's looking like he's back under power.
Not quite sure what happened,
Yeah.
but that was bad luck for him. Ian Tosca has moved up into second. I
So
believe.
he did get by those guys. So Ian Tosca, and then Jimmy Wilson, and then Christian Daly there in that three-way battle for second place.
So Tori Snyder with 2 seconds earlier this week, and now currently in first place. They rode consistent, and we always say consistency builds championships.
I mean, that's how it gets done. You just can't have those big holes in the motos, man. You got to really chip away. Every moto has to be a point-scoring moto, and a point-scoring moto that matters, not, that's outside the top 5 or whatever. Wow, man, these guys are flying around.
So you got Snyder, Ian Tosca, Daly, Wilson, and McCluggage now, your top 5.
Dude, these guys have been the top 5 a lot in the past.
Snyder with a 1 minute 43 second .38 lap time.
Wow, he picked it up a little bit there once he got back by McCluggage. That's interesting. He picked up about 5 seconds off of McCluggage's last lap as leader.
And we are over 10 minutes into this one, so 1/3 the way there.
Yeah, I feel like that's when you really start to settle into the race. For me, whenever I was out there, the first 10 minutes is kind of getting you're all jammed packed. You kind of start to open up those positions, and you feel a little bit better. You know what kind of pace you're going to run. Arminio looks great here. It's so good to see him having a good moto after some of the bad luck he's had a little bit lately, and to be out there and kicking butt like this, man. I know he's got a Tory in his sights. He's going to have to really pull something out of the hat to be able to catch back up to them.
Yeah, Ian Tosca, class act again. The 2021 P1 Aquacross national champion. That's why you see him sporting that #1.
Yeah, his first year on a Yamaha, back on a Yamaha now with Broward Motorsports here for the second year. That's just such a cool accomplishment to switch holes and come over and have a great race. This is a great battle here between himself and Jimmy Wilson and Christian Daly there.
Well, I'll tell you what, I bet Troy Snyder's going absolutely bonkers
man.
right now, and Tim Judge is probably jumping up and down as well.
Dean's team, man, Tim Judge, all the guys that could put a whole lot of time and effort into that boat. I know they test nonstop. Tory's an absolute menace on the boat. He's always riding. I mean, training's great and all, but the hours in the gym are nice, but it's the seat time, the stand-up time. That's how you really win championships.
Tory right now with over an 11-second lead.
Wow, and we're only a third of the way through the race, so they're going to have to pick off that 11 seconds over the next 20-ish minutes in the race. That's going to be a tough task to ask.
Yeah, to give you the difference between first and fifth right now, it is 22.5 seconds.
Wow, man, that's kind of a big gap there. They're going to have to really start pushing the pace. I can almost guarantee we're probably going to see somebody come off here trying to push the envelope a little more than they have all weekend, because that's just it's inevitable when you're trying to win a championship. Look at this line here. They're really closing up on each other. Can't pick up a number on our screen here. That's the battle for third there on the screen. That's a great battle there between
Daly and Wilson again.
Yeah, those two have seen a lot of each other, man. It's funny how in this racing you'll always get behind somebody. In the past, you'll notice you're like, oh, I'm always next to this guy. Sooner or later, I'm going to get next to him in the race. It's just how it happens. Man, Christian is looking good, and we know as what we've been watching all weekend, he comes on, the later the race goes, the faster Christian is. Wow, the wind is really kicking up right now, guys. We're probably getting close to 30-mile-an-hour gusts. I know the water doesn't really reflect it, but it is absolutely windy here right now. This is one heck of a battle here.
Yeah, Ian Tosca, Daly, and Wilson.
Yeah.
2, 3, 4 right now, and that battle's going to do nothing but heat up even more.
So that means Daly must have got by Wilson on the last lap. Daly's starting to make moves. He's been a little off on his starts, but dang, if he doesn't come through the pack once he gets rolling.
So Snyder, that last lap around, minute 45.32.
Wow, that's nuts how much the course is changing from lap to lap, but it could be just this wind with picking up. I mean, we've probably got 2-foot chop right now, 1 to 2, little over 2-foot chop, cross chop right now coming off those seawalls.
Good stuff out here as we take a look from overhead. Wow. You can see the cruise ships in the background. Got about 3 or 4 of them down there today.
Got 3 teammates here battling for second, third, and fourth. Broward Motorsports dominating here in this moto. And then you got your Dean's team and Tim Judge Motorsports boat out front.
Snyder built.
Man, they are all equally split there. You saw on those Broward boats from that drone footage there going out towards that far side over by the cruises. They're all about just a second or two between them. It's something that's going to heat up as this race goes on. Look at Christian here. Just popping up off that seat. You'll see his butt raise. Anytime the boat comes into the air, the butt will come up off the seat, give you 2 or 3 inches of air. Those legs act as suspension, lower you back down to that seat, keep the boat smooth.
So here comes Daly. He's knocking on Arminio Iantoska's door.
Yeah, Arminio looks really rock solid. Wow, Christian just took one heck of a corner.
Oh, man. So McCluggage boat is broke. He is on the gaff, not the way you want to come in.
Yeah, man, that's
You're
tough.
in the Bahamas.
That's tough luck, man. Tough luck. And then we got these guys still battling this way out. Trying to pick that number up there. What an absolute left-hand corner there, hanging it loose on that corner.
Yeah, I think they're bringing McCluggage in down by the cruise boat side.
Tough.
That was in our blind spot. And there's Tori right there.
I'm going to say it once again, Mike. It's better to be lucky than good in this sport sometimes.
Boy, I'll tell you what the hard luck award right there.
Man, if that isn't Jimmy stepping out wide here, he's definitely trying some new lines here than he has in the last 2 races. That's fun to watch out of him. He's trying to get a little creative and find out what works for him. Oh, he caught a little air jumping over those, crossing back over those wakes there.
I believe that's Iantoska right in front of him. Daly and Iantoska right in front of him.
Wow, they got that lapper there that must have just pushed wide.
There's your race leader, Tori Snyder.
Man, he looks so good. How his head's low behind those bars. Just the way he rides. Every lap he looks the same.
Smooth like a hot knife through butter.
Yes, sir. Wow, look at this. This might be he's getting a great run there.
That's the battle for second right there. That is Daly moving up beside Iantoska. Side by side.
Daly backed out just a little bit, but he's going to get him on this corner.
He's got position. Well,
what an absolute... Man, that was a move.
Beautiful pass there by Daly on Iantoska.
That was one supersized move on a Sunday, man. That was amazing right there.
Yeah, Daly was second in the points. If he stays where he's at right now, that would give him a second overall.
Wow. I mean, the thing is, it's these starts, Mikey. He just gets a little behind. He's got to pick off 4 or 5 people before he gets to really open it up. And I'll tell you one thing, Tori isn't going to be able to relax out there like Finlayson was in the amateur class. Tori's going to have to put the pedal down because Christian's going to be coming. He's going to be coming with a vengeance because I know this year on the national tour, guess what happened? Christian had nothing but issues. This is a weekend that can make all that go away. A world championship makes you forget about that national championship. Here, we're going to get another look at this.
Yeah, take a look at this pass. Daly on the inside of Iantoska, side by side. And watch him make this stick.
And you know what that is? That might be just a little switch up on the intake grate for Christian. He just really hooked up and drove around Arminio.
And peace out.
Wow, man, that was one heck
pass.
of a move. Just a little bit different handling package probably between the two of them because they're riding in the same water. And you saw that boat just hooked up a little bit more.
The green flag is flying. We are halfway home here in the final race of the P1 Aquacross 2022
This looks like a
World
replay
Championships.
here that we might be catching. Can't tell. Yeah, just over halfway now in this race. I know that Tori's probably pretty happy to see that. I just looked up at the course. It looks like he has about a full straightaway lead on Christian, but what's that lead look like right now, Mikey?
Christian, 11.53 seconds behind.
And he's got 15 minutes to do it, right? So he needs to cut basically a second off a minute. You think he can do it? We'll find out here today.
We've seen him do that yesterday.
Yes, I will put nothing by this guy. He is a talented person. Tori's one of the most talented young guys on the course, but Christian, man, the way he explores lines, the way he's going to challenge himself to find the fastest line is something fun to watch.
So you got Iantoska back in third, Wilson in fourth, and Sophie Francis has moved up to fifth.
Yeah, we got our female pro competitor, Sophie Francis, in fifth. I swear she had a baby like a couple months ago, and she's out here in fifth place.
3 months.
Goodness, man. I don't know. I'm glad I'm not out there right now getting smacked down by her. She is putting it on those boys.
So last time around, Tori Snyder with a minute 44.80.
Man, what a great shot here over from the overhead footage from the drone. Just going back towards the Atlantis, man. It's something interesting to watch.
And somebody hitting the penalty buoy here, trying to get a number on that.
That's Vanjie.
Oh, that's Vanjie Ramji.
Yep, he's picking up that, and it doesn't even look like he might not have lost a... Oh, man, that was close on the front straightaway. I don't think the live stream might have been on it, but that was definitely a tough, close call.
And he spun out over here on the right-hand side.
We got Tori here looking amazing on the straightaway. He is really dialed in, man. It's fun to watch him ride.
I'm looking at Ramjeet currently in 8th place right now.
On that on that DMAC racing boat, that number 116. He's been looking really good. He made a huge move in that Moto 1, going from 13 to 4th, I think, in the Moto 1.
Approaching the 2/3 mark here.
Man, Tori looks so good. That boat looks amazing. The handling package is on point. Whatever he's doing is working. His crew has really set him up for success.
Hey, guess what? That last lap, Daly shaved off a second.
Well, there you go. He's going to need that and a little bit more to keep doing this. Tori's looking really good. Squared off that corner, coming back to the straightaway. And then here, if we stay here just a second, we can see just how far back second place is. That's the second boat there. Entering the screen is Christian Daly, and he is a man on a mission. Look at the gap that he has to freaking Jimmy Wilson in Arminio already. That was a lap and a half ago. He's already got 6 or 7 seconds between them. And if I was Tori, if he knew what was going on, if he's got any kind of communication with shore, they need to be telling him to turn it up. Do not lay off. Keep moving.
Daly shaving another second off. Now only 9 seconds behind.
This guy. If he does this, man, if we were watching some greatness right now if he does this.
Great stuff. Great racing here at Atlantis.
I'm glad that the wind's picked up, Mikey. Just adding a little extra level of difficulty for these guys, and it makes just racing that much better. Looks like Tori there. That glare is something gnarly. I'm hoping these guys can see this water good and they don't get caught by a little peak.
Yeah, that's Tori, elbows down.
Yeah, man, he looks good, dude.
He's in the attack position.
Yeah, he looks great. You'll notice his butt hover in the seat just like the other guys we've been talking about. Anytime that hull breaks free from the water, they actually engage their quads, stand up, you press through your feet, stand up, and then the moment the boat wants to come back to you, it'll actually come back. You let your legs bend a little bit. So you're almost always under a little bit of tension on the quads. It makes it for some really fun walking upstairs later, but really great racing.
That's why we got elevators.
There will be many elevator taken by these guys in the next few days.
All right, going back to your top 5, Snyder out in front, Daly in second, Ian Tosca in third, Wilson in fourth, and Francis in fifth.
Man, Tori's got quite a big lead here. He might have even extended it a little bit. I'm wondering if something might have happened that lap. Let's see what comes around again, because I think we might have. This is Jimmy Wilson here coming around the corner. He looks good, man. He actually started. We might have lost Christian Daly again. He's not here. Christian and Arminio are no longer there. We just had them in between. That's Sophie Francis on the DMAC racing boat looking great. And she might have just been gifted a top 3 position in this moto with the other 2 going down. We'll have to wait for the next lap around, but I did not see Christian or Arminio that time.
Unfortunately, we have a blind spot right here as we look down toward the cruise ships. The grassy knoll.
Looks like we got Tori there coming around that corner, looking really good, solid, still staying, the head's not bobbling around, still staying low behind those bars, keeping his face away from the handlebars, but low enough to where it's not dragging the wind.
Snyder, Daly, Wilson, Francis has moved up to fourth.
Yeah,
and it looks like Wilson is back in fifth. Wilson, again, like we said, is on borrowed property for this one.
Yeah, we'll get a better flow for what's really happening when they come back around this time. I think that's Here's Christian, so he's still on the course. Okay, we're getting a good look at him, so hopefully he's still in that position. Oh, he is. Okay, look, he looks great. He's still in that same position, just a little bit off the lead. I apologize. He is still on the track.
So, once again, Jimmy Wilson now trying to reel in Daly.
What's that lead look like right now, Mikey?
Lead right now is 7 seconds.
So we cut, what, 4 seconds off?
Almost 8 seconds, 770.
Oh my goodness, this guy he's on a mission. Tori needs to get on the gas. And if you look back, if we can get a little shot here, here's Tori. Here's Arminio coming, here's Christian coming through this section up here towards the front straight. And then we've got a long ways to wait for the next couple people. Look at that. There's a big gap here. We've got, it looks like Jimmy Wilson here coming through the chicane here in just a second, coming into the frame. He is a ways back, and that's Sophie just behind him. So we did lose Arminio, it must have been, that went down. I have not seen the #1 boat come back around, so we are down 1 person. It looks like that was in those top few.
Yeah, it looks like Ian Tosca last time around was in 10th place.
Yeah, something must have happened there. They were so close of a battle, and I think that might have been why Christian and Jimmy actually got around him in the first place. That might have been that gremlin starting to rear its head, because that's unlike Arminio to drop a position or two like that early in the race.
Now, also on the move is in 6th place is boat number 116, Vanjie Ramji.
Man, he is an absolute force. The kid rides on the edge of hairy craziness, but he handles it very, very well.
Our DMAC Racing team.
Yeah, man. I've got some front row seats to a couple of the things that make you go, wow, when it's talking about that kid. Looks like Tori there, just really laying down lap after lap, consistent. But I know this. It might just not be consistent. That is what it's going to take. It might take a little extracurricular or something to keep Christian behind him.
Daly still just over 7.5 seconds behind him.
This looks like we got Arminio on the screen.
Oh, tough break there for Arminio Iantosca. And like you said, they're all going to let it hang out.
Yeah.
Last race of the season, they're going to do what it takes to get on that podium to win that championship.
Might have been tweaking on that motor a little bit too much. That Yamaha, great reliability, great personal watercraft, and they probably tried to push it a little beyond its limits here in this moto. We see how big the gap is once again as those first couple guys go by. We're zooming out to the drone footage. It's such a cool thing to see the lines that these guys take from a bird's eye view.
5.59 seconds.
It's coming closer.
And just about 5 minutes left to this one.
So, like we said, right, a second a minute. He needs to focus on a second a minute. If he can peel that off, man, that's where it's at.
And it seems like Tori's actually getting faster. He turned in a minute 43.14 that last lap.
Yeah, there's a problem, though. There might be a guy behind him turning even faster.
Well, again, these guys pressing his boats, still 5 minutes or so left. Anything could happen.
Yeah, man, zip tie that thing and just ride that out. Let's hope it can last the next 5 minutes and then we can see who the world champion is.
Great stuff, great overhead shot there. Everybody at home can see the track, and there is your race leader. And if he stays where he's at, that'll be your 2022 P1 Aquacross World Champion.
Wow, that body posture there, you can definitely tell it's him. I know this is going to be, I know we talked about Christian erasing what happened this year, being able to get the championship here. If he were to be able to get it, it would really erase this year. But for Tori to just barely miss out on the American Championship to take second, and then to be able to back it up and get the World Championship and just let everybody know, hey, you're lucky you won. It's my course.
Tori's an island rider, man. He won that jet around earlier this year, got that big $15,000 check.
There's Chris Landis, Riva Racing, coming around that left, coming onto he's just in front of Christian Daly. Christian Daly's going to need to go around him on the outside here. Let's see what happens. He's going to dip back to the inside. He actually set him up kind of nice. I think Chris will probably drift a little wide here and let him have that race. No, Christian's actually going to take the outside sweep. Wow.
Well, Landis currently in ninth place. He's actually down a lap.
Yeah, that's tough, man. Christian's racing. Wow. Just racing his heart out there trying to get around him. Tough to see a number right here.
Yeah, I was going to say that time Christian lost a couple seconds. He's back to 8 seconds behind.
That's tough, man. Tori might have saw it. Maybe he's got somebody signaling from shore, letting him know that, hey, man, Christian's there. He's coming. This isn't locked up yet.
Yeah, 1 minute 40 seconds, 0.99 for Snyder. Yeah. That's 2 seconds faster than last lap.
I'm starting to be able to tell Tori's body posture, just the way he's kind of got that hunchback, rounded back over to the handlebars there, and even with the glare, you can tell it's him. Low head to, ooh, that boat behind him took a nasty little bump there. Whoever was tracking behind him. He's got quite the lead still. I mean, he's in the safe spot. Tori's just riding out right now. Right? You just got to pray that the boat's going to hold up for a couple more minutes, man. Let's stay there. Let's get this.
8-second lead and only a couple more minutes before we see the white flag.
Yeah, and Christian's now got a lapper just in between them. If you were to pan out a little bit, you can actually see that Tori has a lapper between them. It's a yellow RX-PX Michele Castellano, and then you have Christian just behind him. So no matter how fast Christian's going, he's got another person to pass. Wow, Tori took that corner hard, man. That buoy's laying down. I think he hit about 3 spots on that buoy, rubbed around the whole thing.
He's going to get elbow rash.
Man, Christian's got to be talking to himself now, going, what is going on here? Here coming through this section, you'll see the lapper that he's right behind. Man, Christian's having a tough time with some lappers. They're just really putting some pressure on him to make moves. You think that lapper would just step out of the race line and let this go on. There's a race going on. You're not in it, man.
Yeah, unfortunate for all of us here on land because that was really shaping up.
Yeah, it really was because it was 2 laps in a row. He's got caught up behind lappers, and it's just a tough call because you're just not going to pick off the speed. He needs to be wide open and to be able to catch up to him.
Watch it.
Oh, man. He's just stepping outside. He's crossing. Is he going to cross back over? Or is he going to sweep the Sea-Doo?
I think he's going to try to sweep the Sea-Doo, yeah.
You know,
and I believe that was Rededick. Yeah, he showed.
That was Castellano. He definitely showed that bond rail to him. That was there was a little bit of haste to that one. I think it's, hey man, come on now, bro. Look at them go, man.
He just cut him off. Looked like he was on the I-4.
Oh, man. So he's got just a few minutes here. We probably got, what, 3 laps to go. So we're going to have to knock off probably 2 seconds a lap to even have a chance at this.
Or hope for some divine intervention.
Yeah, honestly, that might be what your best bet is at this point. Tori's approaching a lapper here, you'll see. Oh, there's Christian there. Even lower than Tori, it looks like, underneath the bars. You'll see his butt popping up off the seat. Just see that space gain, and every time he hits, it comes unhooked, that butt just raises up off the seat. It's just most personal, or most racing, you got shocks. Guess what you get? It's like whatever legs you bring to the race, those are your shocks here.
Another nice shot there of Tori Snyder out of Bradenton, Florida.
Yeah, coming through the chicane on the front straight on that Snyder-built machine, Dean's team tuned. You're going to get a good look at just how far back Christian is here. He's just entering the frame here. Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Oh, man. All the things from this year coming to him. He's telling it, come on, baby, come on.
Right.
Stick with it, come on. It's just a couple minutes away.
Swim it in.
Does he have a big enough lead not to get caught by 3rd place, though? Because, honestly, he might be able to stay in front of Jimmy. Jimmy's on the other side of the track right now. Let's see what happens here. He's coming in the corner, and you can see him.
Oh,
he knew it was coming off power right there.
That's a tough break there for Daly. So out of our top 4 coming in, it might be 2 of them out.
Oh, man, that's tough. That's tough. This is going to shake up the podium for the World Championships, though. Yeah, he's dead in the water now. We're going to have to bring him on a hook. That's tough luck for him. Especially, it just goes along right with his year, man. I feel for him. He's one of the most talented people on the track, and you see his speed.
Well, if things stay as they are, Snyder will take the overall. It looks like Wilson would be 2nd on the podium.
Yeah, it looks like all Tori needs to do now is he can actually probably pop it into cruise control and just get through this race now.
Well, we should be coming up here on the white flag.
Tori has to be going nuts there on that Snyder-built machine. That Yamaha watercraft is looking fast all weekend long. Here he is blowing by a lapper.
Yep, up there by the bridge. Tori, a pretty fantastic season, you know, taking 2nd overall in the People in Aquacross U.S. Nationals and possibly looking at a world title. And the white flag will be coming out for him this time around. As I take a look down here to my right, Ryan Scaglione, our flag man, been doing a great job all season. Last lap of the 2022 season.
What a ride for him, man. You know what's funny? Second, first. You know, that's how you win a championship right there. It's just consistency. You got to get this wrapped up. Just a half a lap to go, man. Come on, Tori. You know who's going to have a sneaky good finish here is Sophie Francis on that DMAC Racing boat.
She was in 4th place before Daly went down, so that's going to move her up to 3rd.
Yeah, man, that's quite the ride. So you got Jimmy Wilson in 2nd place. He's riding about as good as Jimmy Johnson does.
I was going to say.
Yeah, but you got Tori and Jimmy, and then Jimmy's had a great weekend too. I mean, he's just had consistent finish after consistent finish. But when you look at compared to Tori, you know why Tori's going to be the world champion this weekend.
See Ryan there with the white flag.
You got to wonder, man. That water in the hole last time, you know, Jimmy having that boat just a little messed up. If it was just enough to hold him back from winning that world title.
Yeah, Jimmy was only 4 points behind Snyder.
Yeah, that's tough, man. Here comes Tori looking phenomenal coming down the back straightaway. Let's just, you want to settle back down into the corner, cruise through the corner, smooth is faster here. Don't do anything stupid. Talk yourself through this. There you go. Roll back on the throttle. Don't let a peak of a wave throw your body weight over the side. Look, that was the slowest corner he's taken all race.
I was going to say, is he listening to you? Are you got a headset out there with him?
Yeah, and then he goes a little oversteer there. That's kind of funny. He's just trying to. It's going slow is tough for him, Mikey. I think.
I don't want to miss a buoy. I don't want to do anything crazy.
Yeah, man. Here he is coming into the chicane, and we're two corners away from. Well, man, I'd be one. Is this your youngest pro world champion ever?
I believe so.
I would have to say your 2022 pro world champion, Tori Snyder, Slugger Jr. What a ride for him.
Oh, I'll tell you what, ain't no slug in that, Junior. Great job.
Let's see how this shakes out now. We still have Jimmy on the back straightaway there with Sophie closing up on him now. This is actually getting kind of interesting for the 2nd place. We got them on the top left-hand side of the track going out towards the bridge. There's Jimmy on that borrowed property from Dustin's boat after he elected not to ride this moto.
Now, the only problem with that is that he'll get docked 2 spaces.
2 spaces.
Yeah.
Oh, so Sophie's going to end up 2nd in this moto. What an absolute ride. Had a baby 3 months ago, and she's going to end up finishing 2nd overall after he gets docked positions for the boat switch. Here's Jimmy coming into the frame. He's got to feel really good about this, and just having the opportunity to ride this ride for this Broward team and get this second place. He's got to feel really good. And there's Sophie Francis, the 911 boat. Just amazing ride by her. And was that VJ? Another DMAC Racing boat right behind her, man. What an absolute statement from DMAC Racing there in the last moto to have two boats that are going to end up in the top 3 after Jimmy's penalized for those 2 spots, man.
And I don't know, but VJ had a 4th today, 9th yesterday, and if he's got a 3rd today, that might actually.
Will we get a Cayman on the top 3?
I don't know. It's going to be close.
This is the math, the race math that needs to be added up. I don't got a calculator. Somebody else get this math rolling. Let's see what's happening here.
Well, you're going to have Snyder on the top spot. You'll have Wilson in 2nd.
Man, Tori's rise in this pro enduro class. Look at that, man. He has got to be so happy.
What a change in emotion over the last 30 minutes.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, just to have the weekend, to have the ride. I mean, look at him, man. Is that him and his dad, man? I've been around Troy, for quite some time, being around the sport. That's special. Me, being a father myself, man, that gives you chills, bro.
Your winning boat, and you can see right behind him was Christian Daly, just kind of coasting.
Every dad in the world, man, wants to feel that feeling right there, where you got no control over anything. It's just that's special, man. Here comes Chris Landis, one of his best friends, to congratulate him as well. I'm glad I get to interview this kid now. This is awesome.
Good stuff.
Man, just one of the greatest families in watercraft racing. I mean, how many world titles? They just added another one. I don't even know how many world titles the last name Snyder's gotten, but that's special, man. To watch a father and son do that, it's just, I hope everybody's back home watching just really gets the same kind of feeling I am right now, because that's something we all pray for, man.
Wow, and you can tell them all, you can see them all congratulating.
So happy for him, man. That looks like Talon Farthing coming up in there, high-fiving them. They're celebrating, man. That's just so wonderful. We're gonna get a chance to interview him in just a few moments.
So we'll get Tori back here, but while he's coming back, Tim, I want to say, it was a great weekend, man. It's great working with you the last couple races, and I hope that we get to work together in the future.
Yeah, definitely, man. It's been fun calling the action up here with you, and just getting to watch this Grace racing, because sometimes these guys run away with it, man, and it didn't get ran away with. Finkelson kind of did in the amateur class, but even then, there were still some guys.
Yeah, great racing for second, third, and fourth.
Yeah, exactly. And then we got Tori just doing what he did. It looked like, is the seconds, are they going to be enough? Was he going to get a second? And it's like, it had to have that kind of a weekend and not win a title. That would have been really rough, but he gets it.
But then then you talk about the heartbreak.
Yeah.
With McCluggins, grabbing the whole shot, doing everything he needed. And we always say it takes 3 things. It takes physical ability, it takes mental ability, and your stuff has got to hold together.
Yes. And that same elation that I talked about, the father-son with Tori and Troy, it's the opposite feeling, man. That the heartache, the time, to come out. He thought he was going to have a chance to really put it on these boys, after knocking off the dust off the helmet, and then to have that happen, it's just tough. Wow, way to go, Tori Snyder.
Number 110 in the house. He's also sponsored by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. We've been talking about Snyder Built and Judge Motorsports. And of course, Dean's. We appreciate everybody for watching in at home. Stick around. Tim's going to go over there do the exit interview as Tori works his way up. Sure, I'm glad that everybody could hang with us here, man. It's been an amazing time. An amazing time here at Atlantis in the Bahamas. We're on Paradise Island overlooking the beautiful harbor. And what a weekend. What a season. Absolutely awesome. I'd like to say a special thanks to SBT, Short Block Technologies, as well as HydroTurf, Yamaha. Of course, our host here, the Atlantis Experience, Kissimmee, Florida, where it all began this season. Of course, our good friends at Daytona Beach. So the party gets ready to begin here for our award ceremony and the banquet tonight for the Nationals. But before that, we're going to go to Tim, who is walking with Tori up to the VIP tent. like to say again a special thanks to all of our great fans out there. We've got a bunch of feedback, and it's all been very good. The production crew, thank you very much. You guys did an amazing job. We were talking to some folks last night, and it said that it was like 4K quality, and probably one of the best shows that they have seen. So that being said, be just a second here before he gets in position. We got some VIPs that are going to actually hand out the awards, and we're going to get it on TV for everybody over there as we take a look at the pits online. And I'm getting ready to send it over to Tim Ducat. Tim is standing by with our winner. Tim and Tori, take it away.
This way?
Yep. Well, I'm here with Tori Snyder and Jason Spencer from the Atlantis, the VP of Marketing, and he's going to award Tori with the World Championship medal for race number 3.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Tori, man, take us through a little bit of that race. I know early on in the race you had a little bit of a disadvantage there being behind Mac, and he kind of started to stretch the legs out on you. What were you thinking when you saw that happening?
You know, we made a big decision leaving Havasu. We were running the Yamaha GP, and we were trying to decide if we should bring the GP or the FX, and we were going back and forth, and the hurricane's out there brewing, and we knew it could get choppy in here. Francis, he won here last year, and he was on a GP, and we wanted to do what he did, and he looked good here last year, and we took the FX, and it got rough here, and I put it out front and got top 5 in the qualifying, got my 1 extra point, and then I haven't been up on this podium since I've been here, but it feels good now.
Man, that's so awesome. Just watching you out there. I know we talked a little bit on it when we were walking up to here to the course. Early on, it was Arminio after Mac went down, and then it was Arminio behind you, and you had Christian there. What happened when it went from Arminio to Christian?
No, I knew Arminio. He was running a good pace behind me, and I stayed. He turned at the black buoy, and I turned at the last orange over there, and I saw Christian, and I knew Christian had what it took to run me down, and I just stayed on the boat and watched him, and he got 1 buoy closer every lap, and I just kept pushing, and then eventually I saw he unfortunately broke, and I just was cruise sailing from there.
Awesome, man. How early on were you starting to think about World Championship? Was it as soon as Mac broke, or when did you start going, is this really happening?
No, you never know what can happen. I've been out front in P1 before and fell off on the last lap, and you can't think like that. I sometimes it gets to me, and I just think the next turn, the next buoy, the next turn. But that last lap when I saw the white and I got to that black down there, I started to get the chills, and it was hard not to think that. So I ran half throttle the rest of that last lap, and I came in and I made sure I drove through the checkered buoy and went straight with my number 1 in the air and never let off until I got past the boats down there.
That's good. That's good to follow that rule now, right? We know we learn the hard way sometimes. You got anybody you want to thank for how this all came together?
I want to thank my dad, my mom right there. I want to thank TJ and Mike. I want to thank Dean, Judge Motorsports, Jet Pilot, Jet Trim, Liquid Molly, Spy. There's tons of people to thank. The Farthings, Sam and Broward, they helped getting our boats in the water. Ricky McCluggage, and they helped us huge this weekend, and can't thank them enough. And thank you, Cliff and Chandler back home. Maddie, thank you. Thank you, Tim.
That's so awesome, man. I'm glad to be standing here. I got one more ask for you. I'm a father. I got a 3-year-old, man. What was that like?
It was good. It was good.
Dude, I got chills, man. I don't want to get choked up on my first time doing a TV broadcast, but man, you guys almost got to me. To watch you guys do that, being a father, just was something special. I just want to say thank you, man. Here's your world champion, Tori Snyder.
Well, congratulations, Tori Snyder. And we'd like to say special thanks once again to our host here, Atlantis, and special thanks to all of our friends here at the Bahamas. Thanks to all of our staff and everybody involved with P1 Aquacross. All you race fans, we appreciate you like you can't believe it. On behalf of Tim McKercher and P1 Aquacross, my name is Mike Young, saying so long from the Bahamas.